Alright, bear with me guys, I can't seem to get the sim on OBS, so I might just have to restart this. I'm just going to stop, I might have to come back in a second, so sorry, bear with me. I'll be back in a minute. Hey Dark, yeah, it's this, oh hang on, there we go, that might be why. There we go, is that done? That's, I think, a bit better. Display, no. Right, I think the order of the sources of the stream was just in the wrong direction. Right, yes, good morning. Hey Elk. No flag of the Valkyries today. So I think we're sorted. I think we got going. Minor technical problems to start with. So that's all good. Let's close that. Right, there we go. So I think we've got some controllers online. Looks like we've got London. There's also an ATIS as well. There's an ATIS for Leeds. Not too sure I'm going to speak to first, but we'll have a quick look. Morning, Brian. Couldn't sleep, can catch a live stream. Yep, it was a long one today, so you know you may have to go to sleep at some point. Right, so what do we got? So I think London. It's not London Control. Wait, it's London Control. Yeah. Good, so he should hopefully still be on. He should be covering Leeds. We're right at the very northern part of his sector. So let's have a quick look. So we've got 1825 for ATIS. London, who are they? 27825. Good, right, let's get my frequencies sorted. Let's get that. Fly Live Studios, yeah, that's all done. Banner seems to be working. So, yeah, still getting the dashboard at the bottom. Hopefully that'll go in a second. Where's Paphos? It's in Cyprus. In Cyprus, Brian. So yeah, quite a long sort of journey. There we go, that's a little bit better, full screen. So yeah, here we are in Leeds, a very sort of typical British summer day for Leeds, or I suppose autumnal now really. But yeah, very nice weather, so you can barely see a thing. Not too sure what this sort of strange effect is around the aircraft. Looks like it's sort of glowing. I'm sure there's some sort of graphic setting. But yeah, the Monarch aircraft's very old school. Old setup as well, so you know, old traditional dials, no brake fans on this. There's a few other sort of aircraft things I've done to it. Let's have a look. So yeah, no FLS, no auto TCAS, no LDAV, usual AC essential auto switching. Turn that off because probably don't have that. Nothing go around. Ice detection, no brake fans either. So yeah, it's a bit of an older aircraft. This one. It's probably about 18 years old, I think, if not more than that. And interesting flight plan as well. So due to the weather, let me download that. Have a look. We'll need to have a look at the performance as well. It shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, we've got to take off alternates. Some Manchester. The reason we've got to take off alternates is because of the weather. So when we see Leeds, where are we? There we go. So 300 meters. That's visibility. The RVR is 325. There's no change. Like Jerusalem fog, no vertical visibility. So we're basically LVPs here. So we need to take off alternate because even though that's sort of Cat 2 minima, that's effectively an auto land, we could still land single engine in Cat 2, but we are most likely above maximum landing weight. So takeoff weight is 71, 72 tons ish, and landing weight is 66. So we can't single engine auto land above the maximum landing weight. So if we had an engine failure, we wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Basically, we'd have to go and find a Cat 1 airfield. So I think Manchester is fine. Let's have a quick look at that. So there we go, all the lines, no cloud detected. So that's all Cat 1. So if we've got any problems, we need to go to Manchester. And that's why the takeoff alternate has been selected there. Also to note, we're 3% contingency. So we've got 3% here, and we nominate an ERA, so this is what Monarch used to do. So they had 3% contingency, which lowered the fuel burn a bit, but then you had to effectively have an en route alternate. And there's various rules on that. There's the weather. Will it show on here? It may do. Probably not. No. So an en route alternate needs to be, to remember, it needs to be about 75% down the length of your route, and the radius needs to be 25% of the actual distance. Now you don't need to work that out, it just sort of overlays it normally, but basically that would probably put it somewhere around there. So we've basically got an en route alternate of Athens, and that means so long as the weather is still above minimums at Paphos, we can continue. If the weather was below minimums at Paphos, we would either have to probably likely divert, or we'd have to divert into Athens. So there was a few sort of legal implications with using 3% contingency, and then not nominating an en route alternate, which is what we've done. Now also a little bit of cargo, so about 800 kilograms of magazines loaded, and there's also one dog in the back, because of course Monarch used to take dogs, so got a little bit of extra cargo. So can't remember what the passengers figure is, probably about what's that, 800 off that, maybe about 130 odd passengers, and a decent underload. We're probably going to be takeoff weight limited out of here, because Leeds quite a short runway, but I can't imagine it's going to be any more than 72 tons or any less, so we should be fine. Paphos, yeah, have I just yeah, sorry, I probably misspelt it, never mind. Which airline do you fly for, VMC? Yeah, I won't say the actual airline I fly for, Elk, but I do fly for a rather large European one. Oh, somebody else has appeared, there we go, a BA's appeared next to me. So yeah, there's a couple of things on the OFP there. Before we're going to do anything as well, what I do want to do is just have a quick look at the performance, because I need to see if there is any regulated takeoff weights, just to make sure we're not going to make a fool of ourselves. So EGNM, runway 14, that's probably what the weather's going to be. Yeah, dry. What is it? So it's actually going to be wet, so yeah, this is going to be a bit more restrictive. I put optimum config because that could be anything. Packs are off. Takeoff weights, so let's assume our takeoff weight is going to be more or less 72.5. I mean, that's probably not going to be that much, but it gives us a good figure to work with. So 72.5. And actually what you do, you wouldn't even enter the takeoff weight, you would just leave it blank and it would automatically calculate it. 30%, it would probably be about 30%-ish. So let's just have a quick look. Full length is probably going to needs to be that. So hopefully this won't come up with anything stupid. There we go. So yeah, 76.3 tons. So our maximum takeoff weight, structural maximum takeoff, 75.5. So we're below that anyway, so that's not a problem. So in actual fact, even though there's probably a bit of a regulated takeoff weight there, that says flat one as well, we're fine, we can still depart, and it does say toga required. I wonder if we could config 3, I wonder if that changes much. So is that 76.3? So aircraft 2 heavy. Oh, actually, interesting. Strange. So yeah, takeoff in config 3. There's a much lower takeoff weight. So yeah, okay. Config 2, that's sort of in the middle. So yeah, config 2. Interesting. I mean, there's sort of what I've worked out for the Neo performance. I don't know, I need to look at my graphs, but yeah, interesting to see the different takeoff weights. Anyway, we'll leave it optimum, and it seems to imply config 1 anyway, so we'll do that. Hey, good morning everybody. Hey Andy, how you doing? So yeah, there we go, that's not a problem, we'll do all that. So good, that's all double checked. So we know that 76 tons is well below maximum takeoff weight, so we can take whatever fuel we need. Weather-wise, what do we got? So 13.4 is the required fuel. Larnaca's the alternate, that's probably going to be fine. We've got 35,000, yes, maybe 35,000 feet for the cruise. A little bit extra for a little bit lower. And what do we got? We've got a few alternates in this, obviously, as we usually do. Larnaca's probably the commercial alternate, because obviously it's the same island. There is Akrotiri as well, which is a military base. Probably could get in there if we really needed to, but probably have to ask for special permission. Then we've got Antalya, just sort of across in Turkey. Dalaman as well, and Rhodes, so an extra ton for Rhodes. Now I don't really want to go to either of these three, because obviously they're not on the island, so for commercial reasons it would be a bit of a pain in the arse. So if we don't need to take the fuel for it, we won't. So Larnaca, we can see nice clear winds, or calm winds, should I say. All the nines, bit of cloud, 27 degrees. We've got prop 30. Later on day, 5,000 meters, rain showers, TCUs. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a bit windy. Maybe in Larnaca. Rain showers. So yeah, may want to take a little bit extra. Not that we want to go there, but what's Paphos? If Paphos is good, oh, there's a en route alternate as well. So yeah, we're all Cat 1 for Athens for the en route, which is good. So where's Paphos? Where have you gone? There we are, Paphos. So 260 at 7. Bit of scattered clouds, and again a few CBs around later on in the afternoon. Rain showers. So yeah, there's potentially thunderstorms and rain showers. So probably certainly good reasons to take a bit of extra fuel. We've got a decent underload, so we can afford to do that. I don't think there's really anything on the en routes. Sigmet, so that's looking fine. Crossing the jet stream, maybe a little bit of turbulence in the first little bit, and then sort of going down the Adriatic across Greece, and then going in there. So yeah, there's the CBs, I said, embedded CBs sort of off to the sort of eastern end of the Mediterranean. So yeah, I think that's probably a good reason. What's on what that flight plan is doing? I mean that's just wrong. I don't know what it's doing there. It's just gone a bit crazy. But that's fine. It seems sort of a bit nonsense. So it's going down, going back up, then going down, going back up again. So this predicted flight plan, this fuel burn, is probably a little bit over than what we need. Be interested to see what the fuel plan says in the FMGC actually, because I'd probably take a little bit extra. But if that's saying about 13.4 tons, we know that might be okay. So anyway, let's have a quick look at the setup. We'll come back to the fuel in a minute. ADRs are all aligned. That needs to be on captain. All the lights are off. I still don't have one thing. I don't have. Come on. There we go. I haven't still got my my views set up. Annoyingly, so I've put the CFG file in the right place, but it's not actually done anything. So I need somebody to probably give me a new Phoenix CFG file for the views. We'll start the APU because people will start getting on in a minute. Don't worry about doing the fire tests, assume we've done those. Actually, we'll leave those on. Right, cargo heat because we've got a dog. Let's make sure it's not freezing cold for the poor little pooch in the back. So we'll turn the cargo heat up. That's going to be in the aft, the bulk hold right at the very back. So that's where that would be loaded. We'll leave that as it is. QNH. Let's have a quick look at the weather. It won't take us long to actually get going. I'm sure if you saw my stream yesterday, I got going in about 4 minutes. So yeah, very good. 21 minutes to go. So we've got 130 at 6. 10 degrees and QNH is 100. Right, let's have a quick look at the flight plan. And the FMGC, get this loaded. Morning, Captain. How you doing? It's a sim brief bug. Better issue flight plan without step climb to avoid that. Yeah. Yeah, I might just have a quick look at that. I might just rerun the flight plan to see if I can redo that at 350. Just it's interesting to see what the fuel comes up as. Let's go 350. I'm just rerunning the flight plan for 350, see if it just makes a bit of a difference. What I could do is I could probably actually put it in the stream as well. How can I do that? Channel. Oh, it says it's about 3. Yeah, it's barely any change to be honest. 3.3 it still comes up with. So this is going to be. I'll just put this in the chat. So this is the new flight plan. Streams. Oh, alright, that's in. Right, pin that. Good. Alright, so that's the new flight plan. So there's not much difference, to be perfectly honest. so we'll just go with what we got. So we Monarch 7506. Cost index, what was the cost index? $18. No idea what the cost index was for Monarch. I can't remember. Wind, we'd download that. 35,000 feet is the predicted cruise flight level. Minus 57, that sounds about right. Temperature is 10 degrees. Drop a pause. What's the drop a pause? 34559. Apologies for not seeing anything in the chat. Just trying to get going on this. 58.6. And the alternate fuel was about 1.2. Good, so let's have a quick look, see what the fuel planning comes up with. Oh, I've forgotten to do it again, 13.9. I forgot to do this again, keep forgetting to do this. 14. What's the departure? No idea, because it hasn't got one on there. Pole Hill 2 X-ray, most likely. And ILS X-ray. Again, I can't quite remember what the approach is. Tell you about 1 Tango, that sounds familiar. Sure, the flight plan, it looks reasonably sensible. So imagine if you had to load this in manually, be there for all day. They'd be there forever. It's something like that. We can amend that. 1988 miles, which is more or less the same. So yeah. So 13.9. So we're not going to do that. We're going to go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go 14 tons actually, because we want a little bit extra just for the weather, just in case it's a little bit bad. So yeah, ramp fuel is 13.4. So let's have another 600 on top of that, just in case it is a little bit crap down there. Need to get them on as well. So mass and balance. So we've got 147 passengers, and let's get the fuel. So they're going to be pretty heavy today. It's fine. Alright, so probably not going to quite get away on time. We've got about 15 minutes until we're supposed to go, but there we go. That's some sort of faffing around, I suppose. Right, that's done. Let's have a quick look at this. 1010. 1010 and 1010. Alright, let's get you going. And good, I think everything else is done. Down here is done. Oh, the other thing I have done is I have done a video on my control sensitivities. I'm assuming that's going to be quite useful for some people. So I've uploaded it to YouTube, I just haven't actually published it yet. So I need to do that. Just double check, make sure it's all okay. So if anybody's having problems with their control sensitivities or need to know what I'm using, I've basically done a video of it, so you can sort of look at that effectively. Right, let's finish this off. So 72.4 is takeoff weights. A little bit of extra fuel, that's what we're going to want. That's all done. Do that in a second. Get back to that in a second. Right, let's put 2, 3 right for Manchester, because that's likely where we're going to go. If we're on fire, we can't put the fire out. We'd probably try and get back into Leeds, but you know, hopefully that won't happen. If there's any other problems, we'd go to Manchester. Fuel's done. Secondary. Let's have a quick look at the emergency procedures, because I need to look at these. So where are we? Leeds. Right, it's the emergency procedure for runway 14. It's an ADP2, so standard 2200 feet left turn to the Leeds NDB. So LBA, holding points, and inbounds 138. Left turns. Right, so that's the emergency, so runway 14. So copy that. Let's put engine fail in. Alright, EGNM on 40 degrees, 15 miles, which I actually forgot to look. Was that standard or non-standard? It is standard. Yeah, it's a standard engine out procedure. Fine. Right, that's done. That's done. So I'm going to put. Oh, that's Oslo, isn't it? So a little bit of thought process here, sort of a little bit of decision making. So I'm going to put Leeds back in as the arrival. The reason I'm going to do that is because, worst case, if we did have an engine fire, we couldn't extinguish it. We want to get back on the ground very quickly. So you're better off just having the departure back in, and we'll just deal with what we got to deal with. If we get a fire we can't extinguish, but then at least the box set up. If there's something that's less severe, but not a fire, then we can amend this pretty quickly. So you're probably better off putting the worst case in for the return, rather than, you know, putting Manchester in, for example. Right, so put the procedure in. That's the LBA. Good. Have a look at the minimums in a minute as well. So 1000. Temperature's 10. Wind is 130 at 6. And again, this will come down to the brief as well, which we shall chat about, because there's a bit of sort of decision making to make what we're doing. Did you hear that Bravo Whiskey was hit by lightning? Oh, when was that, Willie? Was that recently? To be honest, aircraft get hit by lightning all the time, mate. So, you know, it's not anything that's that much of an issue. So, you know, it probably just doesn't get reported very often. Right, minimums, takeoff minimums, that's what we want to know. So, takeoff, high intensity runway lights, centerline lights, etc. So there we go. Minimum RVR we need is 125 metres. As long as it doesn't go below that, we can do this pilot assessment anyway, but as long as it doesn't go below that, we're happy to take off. Full length from the runway head is 2113. Echo 2, where is Echo 2? I won't do Echo 2, I'll sort of go in and go that way. So, yeah, I'll use the full length, that's fine. I think it's going to be a Pole Hill departure. I've sort of got basically a flight plan from Simbrief, which sort of doesn't take me over Turkey so much, takes me more further south, which is likely to be Pole Hill. So Pole to X-ray. What do we got there? Transat's 5000. So hopefully we can do these routes. Climb performance shouldn't be a problem for us. And stop altitude is a flight level 70. So 70 is the stop altitude for that. And the arrival, we'd need to come back in on runway 14. Where's the minimums? Now, interestingly, is okay. It looks like 3.2 might only be the minimums for LVPs. Okay, they might change things. We can't do. It doesn't look like we can do LVPs on runway 14. So in that case, we'd have to come back and land on runway 32 with a tailwind. So yeah, we'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at that in a second. Just make sure we can do it, and amends the secondary as well. In fact, let's just have a quick look at that. No, they're not. So Mark, they don't. The CFG files, I still like. If I'm pressing anything, I can't go into the cabin. So yeah, I'm not too sure what's gone wrong there. I can't remember where I used to have it. EGNM. Oh, hang on. Ugh. EGNM. Runway 32. It's going to be good because it's wet weather. With that weather, landing weight, what are we going to be taking off at? 72, so we should be about 71 tons by the time we get back. Medium wall brake, max reverse, full flap. Interesting. So, doesn't look like auto land as well. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we can land on 3-2 at all. Could we do 1-4? Yeah. See, this is interesting. Our landing distance is well outside what we can do. So actually, to be fair, Leeds is probably completely out of the question. So I think if we couldn't do that, we'd have to go to Manchester. So if we're on fire, we're just going to have to do it. So in that case, what I might do is secondary engine fail, and then I'm going to put in Manchester. So yeah, it's some interesting decision making here. That's on the ground. So ILS 05 right. No start is going to be straight in. Manchester. Let's have a quick look at the Manchester weather. Can we get it? Where can we get it? Can we get it from here? Probably not. I need some charts and I need some weather. So add alternate. So you can see, you can basically see when the weather's like this and you're this sort of heavy, it really makes you think in terms of what you're going to do. Now, of course, the chances are nothing like this is going to happen, but you know, if something was to happen, we know it's Cat 1, so it's at 3-8. Oh, sorry, that's wrong runway. 449, 23 right. Let's go 23 right. There we go. Right, let's have a quick look at the weather for Manchester. So QNH is 998, 16 degrees, and variable is 7. So there you go. I hate this clear button. There we go. So got the arrival in for Manchester now. If we need to do that, so that's good. How are we doing for the loading? Performance I'll come back to in a second. 63, so yeah, still a way to go. So yeah, not going to make the departure, never mind. Right, so we said 70 for the stop altitude. That's in, that's in, that's in, that's in, and that's in. Right, I think we can look at the load sheets, and hopefully we'll be able to get a clearance in a minute. And we're doing for the fuel. No, fuel's still loading as well. Right, let's have a quick look at load sheets. We'll need to config as well. Let's have a quick look at here, just make sure this is all correct. So yeah, we're still in date. So, oh no, config. Failure's random. So there's defaults. This never seems to save. I always have to change this every single time I go in an aircraft. I have to change this. To sorry. Only walk through cabin using the arrow keys. Okay. Cheers, Mark. Remind me a bit later, because I probably by the time we get to that, I'll do that something in the cruise. Yeah, talk me through it in a bit. Receive messages, load sheet. So there we go. 0 fuel weights. What are we expecting? 58.6, 58.6 spot on, so that's good. Takeoff fuel's going to be a little bit higher than that, and 31.4 is the CFG. 0 fuel weight CFG. 14 tons, and trim is going to be about 28, if not maybe a little bit less than that. So accept that. We'll have a quick look at the performance now. So we've got Leeds, runway 14, wet runway, optimal we've gone for. Takeoff weight is going to be about, was it 72.3? 72.4, let's go 72.4, that should, or 72.5, we've done that. 72.5 is going to be probably not much more than that. 28 is the trim. That's the weather, just sync that. Yeah, there's no been updates. And let's go full length. So there we go. Toga requires, we're below the maximum takeoff weight, that's fine. 121, 151. 121, 151. So a big split there between V1 and VR. Flaps 1, Toga. Good. And engine acceleration is, was that correct? 1682, I think that's correct. 16. Yeah. 1682. It's close enough. Done. Good. Right. Let's have a quick look at this departure. So 140 degrees out, and then what's that? A couple of miles away, we turn right. Turbulence in the UK. Yeah, it's going to get bad weather, isn't it? just wait until December and January and February start kicking off. So turn right. I don't think there's any speed constraints there to worry about. No. MSA 4000 is nice and safe. Good. Alright, let's see if we can speak to somebody. What do we say? No, don't want to do that one. $1,700. I think I've completely misset the QNH as well. It's 1,000, isn't it? There you go. 1,700 feet. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Just bug in the sort of single engine acceleration altitude, 1,700 feet there. Right, here's London Control still online. Looks like they are. Good. So let's have a quick listen to the ATIS. Box 2. Is it 182.025? Can't hear any ATIS at all. Lying to me, it's not on. No, I think they're lying. Right, under control is 27825.
Under control and officially on the regional, not left to South Field. Be requesting climb flight level 70 when you can set us in for the crossing.
Clifton 1, copy. You can climb now, flight level 70.
Climb now, flight level 70, thank you.
ATIS. Oh, there we go, we've got an ATIS there.
The speedbird 1362, taxi
information,
stand 9
Charlie.
via Bravo and Juliet.
Runway in use 32. Yeah. Why have they got 3-2 in use?
6923, climb flight level 220.
Oh, can we take 3-2?
Right now, 6923.
China Southern 465, redirect Abbott.
So it's got a bit of a tailwind here with 3-2.
Singapore 70, just check climb now to flight level 290.
So now we can't take off on 3-2 because we're too heavy.
Sorry about that.
So we're going to have to request runway 14. So yeah, that's not going to work. Flap 2, I doubt it's going to work. So yeah, some interesting operational things here. 68, yeah, that's not going to work.
Unicorn 22.8 cameras overall for us. Thank you, Monarch.
Goodbye, thanks. KLM 33 monitor Unicorn 128, goodbye.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to have to do runway 14.
Thank you very much for that.
So there's no question on that one. So just have to tell him.
855, flight level 280.
What's your opinion on ham and cheese toasties? Add one, but no bacon rolls this year. I eat anything really, Mark, to be honest. The what have they got on board now? The pastrami rolls, they're quite nice. If you heat them up in the oven for 5 minutes, they're pretty good. Right, let's see if I can speak to him.
We have a medical emergency on board. Could we possibly get turned around, or what would you think the best plan is there?
He probably goes to Stansted, so Eurings 8711,
right, fuel's
level
done.
110.
Yeah, Eurings 8711, descend flight level 110.
London Control, good afternoon. Louis Hotel 105 with your flight level 36.
Right, so all the bags are loaded. Last few passengers.
Scott 7111, Louis Hotel 105.
Weather's got even worse.
Babylon 85, request clearing,
They're always busy.
We just crossed Eurings 8711, fly heading 11.
Right, I tell you what, let's have a quick brief. Let's just silence him for a minute, just chat about things. So, well, you want big picture stuff. So big picture stuff, the weather's crap, so it's not very good, so it's not good enough really to get back in. It's LVPs, only on 3-2, but it's a tailwind, so we can't land on that at all, really. So if we have any problems at all after takeoff, we've got to basically hightail it over to runway 23 right in Manchester as quickly as possible on a mayday. So that's really our only options on that one. Aircraft's fine, apart from that, no weather radar obviously, but shouldn't need that too much. NOTAMs, I don't actually remember seeing any NOTAMs, but I don't actually remember looking. So NOTAMs, what do we got? Stand 1 closed, so but nothing for Leeds basically, and not too worried about Paphos, should be fine as well. So nothing there really there for NOTAM wise. Threats we've kind of discussed, whether the emergencies will come back to MSA is fine. It's 4,000 really here. What is it within 25 miles of Manchester? That's really what we want to know. So 25 miles is 3.5. So if we say 5, that should be enough to keep us clear of the terrain between Leeds and Manchester. In terms of what we're actually going to do, we'll do 2-engine taxi out of here because it's low vis. So we're up here somewhere on Alpha. So we'll push back, probably go on Alpha, enter the runway, backtrack up via Echo, and then take off in that direction. That's what we'll ask for. We'll have to do that. So that's what we'll do. As long as the RVR is 125 metres, we're good. We can double check that with the runway lights once we're actually on the runway itself. It's all in the box. So we got Leeds to Paphos, Larnaca's the alternate, 35,000 feet. Yeah, it might be alright, might just about to squeeze up there. Fuel, we've done the fuel planning, tiny little bit of extra fuel, taking a bit more just because of the weather down routes. Above max landing weight as well, so it's an overweight landing checklist when we come back in to Manchester quickly if we can do it. Expecting the Pole Hill 2 X-ray departure, it's stopping at 70, which is in. Then the route's in there. Radnavs, I don't really have anything there. 23 right, in case we need to go there, so it's 37 miles away. Basically 220 degrees and we'd be there. So pretty much straight in. Performance, Toga, flaps 1 Toga takeoff. Big split there between V1 and VR. So we monitor that. Fuel we've discussed. Secondary is effectively standard company Airbus emergencies, but straight ahead. And then a very quick right hand turn to Manchester. So that's, yeah, looks like typical Leeds weather, it does, Mark. So that's the plan, what we're going to do. Hopefully nothing can go wrong. If not, it'd be a very short stream. Alright, let's see if we can speak to him again.
I know 0. 519000465.
Hello, controller. Very good morning. It's Monarch 7506 in Leeds.
Monarch 7506, hello.
Thanks. You controlling us today.
I am indeed. Are you ready to copy? And which runway would you prefer? It's currently low vis procedure, so we're landing on 32, but you can request 14 for departure if you wish.
Yeah, I'm going to need runway 14. I'm takeoff weight restricted, so I'm going to take 14 for the departure, and Pole Hill 2 X-ray please for runway 14, Monarch 7506.
Mike 7506, full copy, declared to Paphos, Pole Hill 2 X-ray departure, squawk 3423.
Thank you very much. Clear Paphos, Pole Hill 2 X-ray departure, and squawk 3423, Monarch 7506. Good, so he's given us clearance, he's given us exactly what we want, because that's what we need.
Monarch 27506, that's all correct. The Leeds QNH is 9099 hectopascal.
Thanks so much, QNH 999 hectopascals now, and we'll call you ready for push and start, Monarch 7506.
Thank you, China 7465, contact S6.
Right, so QNH has gone down a little bit. Now obviously there's nothing to change on the flex because it's takeoff anyway, so we're just going to redo the performance just to make sure it's fine. Boarding's complete, good, so just resync that. No, it's not going to do it. So he said LVPs and force, we know. Is that going to do it?
Eurings 8711120625.
120, sorry, so it's 1 knots off the V1. Okay, so we'll just adjust that.
0.625, thank you.
Thank you. And,
right, 120's in.
The
Good, we're already, boarding's complete. Let's have a quick look. Where are you? That one.
Was that for the S-Stall 67? S-Stall 67, descendable 140.
Ground services.
140, thank you.
Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Doors are all closed. The APU's on.
150 inbound 23.
That can go. I should have the bleed on, should I? The door's been open anyway, so bleed's on.
Climbing flight level 370, Airberlin 462.
And
688, monitor Unicom
where's
12288.
my iPad? There it is.
Ryanair 6923, climb flight level
Alright, so cockpit
350.
preparation checklist. Let's have a quick look at this. So, fuel.
Easy 2235.
So the
Unicom
oil quantity's
12288.
good. Hydraulics are all good. And oxygen's
Easy
fine.
2235, monitor Unicom 12288.
Still waiting for the load sheet.
122.8 for easy 2335, good day.
So aircraft acceptance has been completed. The fuel quantity we've got just under 14 tonnes, and it's balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRSs, we've got 3 in nav, and the bow RF now is QNH 999 hectopascals.
Everyone's full on Golf Papa, thank you.
So cockpit preparation checklist is complete.
Hardy.
On navigation to Hardy, advance 41 Golf Papa.
Again, because it's LVPs, we're going to do all the checks once we push back. So all the flight control checks, all the taxi checks, we'll do everything. So literally the last thing we need to do is just the lineup checks when we get to
Ryanair 56 right whiskey, London control, good morning, 23 right, clear takeoff,
runway.
wind is calm.
Clear takeoff 23 right, Ryanair 56 Quebec whiskey.
Alright, let's see if we can
London
prepare
control,
him.
very good morning, is 1854 with you, flight
Let's
level
just wait for the load sheet.
180 inbound the mean
There's no point getting that ready until the load sheet's done.
Easy 1854, London control, thanks.
Well, there was like a
Climb
parking
2900.
stand. Check. Oh, there we go, this one.
2900 for easy 1854.
Yeah, so we're on. I think it's 12. I think we're on.
081, Roger.
I can't actually see.
London control, hello.
Oh yeah, 12.
178 with
So
you.
this is the Orbx scenery. So
approaching
we're on stand 12, pushback, then probably
Hello,
Charlie,
178, hello,
maybe
squawk
November or maybe
7113.
just straight up Alpha. So we'll see what they do.
Squawk 7113, London Chicago 178.
Ryanair 3102, route direct Dibble. Ryanair 3102, route direct Dibble, Delta India Bravo Alpha Lima.
Direct Dibble, Ryanair 3102. Good morning.
So I think this is all static scenery here, which I don't think you can remove annoyingly.
Flags 87 Echo Tango, hello, behind departing Ryanair 737, line up 23 right behind.
Behind departure Ryanair 737.
Knowledgeable controller, yeah, he is very good, Nick. He does know what he's doing, which is good because he knows what I'm talking about as well, which helps. So he's accommodating my needs.
KLM 1542, Roger, can you depart from runway 14?
Safe and I'll change the flight plan scheme instead.
That's fine, I can do that for you now. KLM 1542, cleared to Amsterdam, Lamix to Whiskey departure.
Right, there's somebody else
Lamix
going
to
as
X-ray
well, so we
departure.
just got to wait for this
Runway
load sheet to come
14,
through.
Squawk 04.
Oh, these are real world problems, these are.
What's the Lamix to Whiskey departure?
Slow loading, special assistance, dogs. cargo.
Just check Lanix 2 X-ray departure and squawk 0472.
I would force the load sheet to get going. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people say that, but I mean,
Okay, 154.
you know, this is reality, really. I suppose. You know, sometimes you've got to just wait. If it's not, oh, there we go. Load sheet done. So you know you can force it. Right. Anyway, so if you're at 58.7, so only just slightly above. Takeoff rate 72.5, which we worked out for. C of G is 31.2, so again that's well within limits. And 27.4 is the pitch trim. Good. So we accept that and we go. So that's done. Let's get the pushback.
Patrol, Skipper 221 is type A320, is stand 13 at Leeds, requesting IFR departure to Paphos, please, via the Pole 2 X-ray departure.
Through 221, hello, cleared to Paphos, Pole Hill 2 X-ray departure, runway 14, squawk 4216.
Squawk 4216 and cleared runway 14.
Right, he's ready.
Pole 2 X-ray departure, Skipper 221.
Through 221, that's correct. Break Singapore 70.
Right, just get a word in now.
Unicorn 122-48, goodbye.
You can, yeah. You can do. Right, it's not very good for the CRM, but yeah, you can do.
Okay.
Under control, Monarch 7506, stand 12 at Leeds. We are ready, push to start.
Monarch 7506, thanks, push to approved, face to the west, the H999 hectopascal.
Thanks very much, push to approved, face to the west, 999 hectopascals, Monarch 7506. Good, so he's done that. So, get that on. Press push back.
201 Lima Golf, roger, climb left flight level 220.
Climb 220, 1 Lima Golf.
Done. So before start, checks, parking brake is on, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed,
contact London control 135.8, goodbye.
EFBs stowed,
Quebec
can you put it on flight mode?
level 250.
Ah, here you go, flight mode. Flight modes, doors closed and arms, and the beacon is on.
London Control, good day, holding at Mike from Manchester Airport, runway 20 right.
Easy 101, hello, behind the departing A321, line up on 23 right behind.
Line up behind the other traffic, line up behind 23 right, easy 101.
Berlin 462, monitor Unicorn 122.8, goodbye.
Just trying it, there we go, release parking brake.
Berlin 462, thank you, goodbye.
Struggling to hear the pushback over the ATC.
Papa, when ready, descend flight level 260, level by Ziddle.
When ready, descend flight level 260.
Right, good, he's pushing us. Right, so engine mode selector is start.
You squawk 1447.
And
1447, Ryanair 5 to Quebec.
starting one.
Austrian 903, monitor Unicorn 1228, goodbye.
So a bit of a funny line there, not too sure what's going on with that line, so see how that flies in reality.
High level, or is that you requested?
Send me a bit higher, Lufthansa Cargo 178.
178, roger, climb flight level 320.
Just go there and turn right. Yeah, it might be a bit interesting this departure.
And still 67, redirect,
what's that?
descend flight level 900.
What was that binging at me? Don't know.
Direct Godlu, and was that 900?
Oh, he's back up, Pole Hills, 12-1 and 262.
You can redirect Godlu and 900.
900, direct Godlu,
Cool.
67.
262. There you go, a bit of raw data just in case it goes funny, we'll just track it manually.
Super 221, roger.
Right, one started.
A320 taxis
Started to.
Behind you, push and start approved, face to the west.
Push and start approved, facing west, wait for the preceding traffic, speed 221.
And still 67, contact.
Yeah, sorry whoever's flying me, you're just going to have to wait a few minutes until we've done everything.
135.8, thanks.
Air France 41 Golf Papa, Unicorn 1228, goodbye.
128, thanks a lot, Air France 41 Golf Papa. Good morning.
Thank you.
It's the first time I've taken off in this sort of weather in the sea.
Tranix 87 Echo Tango, climb now, flight level 250, just confirm the passing altitude.
Passing 3,600 feet and 250 for 87 Echo Tango.
Thank you,
Right, good.
Quebec,
Parking brake
Whiskey,
set.
Regret, Rosny, Romeo, Oscar Victor, November, India.
Right, two started.
For Ryanair 5 to Quebec.
Oh, I know what I haven't done. There we go. Anti-ice should be on as well, shouldn't it? Anti-ice should be on. One thing I completely forgot is 10 degrees. There you go, not used to doing the anti-ice this time of year.
Easy 101, clear for takeoff, 23 right.
Alright, anyway, speed's the same, still flat 1. And yeah, we're still below them. So that's fine, that's not a problem. Right, I think they're disappearing, that's good.
Beeline 8 Mike, when ready, descend flight level 230.
So that's back to normal. We do need the anti-ice on this, so bleeds off, anti-ice is on.
8 Mike, descend
AP
when ready,
is
230 level VABIC.
That's done. Rudder trim 0, flaps 1, trim is 74.
Descend flight level 230 via VABIC, Beeline 8 Mike.
Somewhere there.
Affirm level by VABIC.
Status
when ready.
is normal.
When ready.
Let's get this set up.
VABIC.
So the offset checklist says anti-ice is on, ecam status is checked, pitch trim was 27.4 and the rudder trim is neutral. Alright, so the flight controls. Fill up, fall down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full left rudder, full right rudder, and neutral. That's all done. So that goes there. That's all set, that's done. That's on. And that's done. So the performance, we've got full length figures runway 14, engine out is sort of basically standard 2200 feet, and then there's a right hand turn to cart over to Manchester as quickly as we can. Departure, we have the Pole Hill 2 X-ray, departure is in the box, and we're stopping at flight level 70. So taxi checks, flight controls are checked, flap setup is config 1, and FMA is climb nav blue 152. Radar detector wind shear is on, ECAMO is checked, and EFBs are stowed and disconnected. That's the taxi checks complete.
Standby, Channix 17 Yankee Zulu, you just stepped on there, left onto Juliet and hold at Mike 1.
So let's just make sure we know where we're going.
Channix 17 Yankee Zulu, your read back was crossed, turn left onto Juliet and hold at Mike 1.
Yeah, Channix 17 Yankee Zulu, taxi left Juliet, hold Mike 1.
Stuart 1 Lima Golf, descend flight level 110.
Descending flight level 110, speedy 1 Golf.
Monarch 7506, ready for taxi.
Climb flight level 240.
Climb 240, nice to 1.
Beeline 8 Mike, monitor Unicom 122.
Busy.
Just to confirm, am I going to runway 23 right?
Yep.
Off to Paphos, Chris. How you doing? Out of control, Monarch 7506, ready for taxi.
Monarch 7506, thanks. Taxi Alpha 1 for runway 14.
Taxi Alpha 1, runway 14, Monarch 7506. Good, so straight ahead, Alpha, just up there, Alpha 1, so nice and easy. So, yeah, apologies for the delays behind us, guys.
Beeline 8 Mike, monitor Unicom 122.8. Beeline 8 Mike, monitor Unicom 122.8. Goodbye.
This is where two people help, just remembering that anti-ice is on for things like this.
London Control,
brakes are checked.
Good afternoon. With you, flight level 340.
So again, we've done all the checks now because it's LVP, so it's just heads out. We're not worried about anything inside anymore because we've done all the flight controls. Everything has been done. Checklist, so literally the only thing we need to do now is the lineup checklist, so all we're concentrating on is where we're going. And we sort of know this because we've briefed it, so straight ahead on Alpha and then right, Alpha 1 is off to the right. So we're just going to follow this round effectively. Keep the speed quite low, so you want about 10 knots. Ground speed and LVPs because don't have a lot of visibility, so you just need to keep the speed relatively low just so you can keep an eye on what's going on around you. And to be fair, there are delay codes for things like this, so I mean we weren't really delayed because of the LVPs, but you know LVPs do have their own delay codes as well for the operations.
Runner 228, push and start up for reface to the west.
First up, we're facing west, right after the
Monarch 7506 from Alpha 1, backtrack, line up runway 14.
Via Alpha 1, line up backtrack, runway 14, Monarch 7506. Good, so we've got the clearance to backtrack, so we can enter Alpha 1 and then go up Echo, and then we'll hold sort of at Echo 1 probably just to make sure we're all good.
London, not at 17 Tango.
I'll leave the packs on as well, because it will get quite warm quite quickly.
290.
So all we need to do is the lights initially, TCAS as well.
Logan 708, route direct Holtzbed.
Direct Holtzbed, Logan 708.
Speedbird 1 Lima Golf, turn right, heading 28
Right, we'll start looking at the lights. Nice straight line.
Speedbird 1 Lima Golf, turn
TCAS on
right,
as well.
heading 280 degrees.
Turn right, heading 280 degrees. Speedbird 1 Lima Golf.
So a very, very sort of tight apron here, just making sure we're wingtip clearance is all fine. So as long as you stay on the centre line, you're good.
Clear for takeoff, 23 right, wind.
Alright, so here's Alpha 1 being clear to line up and backtrack, which is what we're going to do. We've got no idea if the approach is clear, just assuming that. Just relying on his controlling.
Is on the ground at Leeds, ready for taxi to runway 14.
Speedbird 221, thanks. Taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 14.
Taxi Alpha 1, Speedbird 221.
So it's going to be a very interesting takeoff this, because we've got to stop, we're not going to be able to see much.
Altitude 5,000 feet,
So, yeah, runway is as clear as we can see.
Descending 5,000 feet, QNH 997, Speedbird 1 Lima Golf.
Yeah, welcome to all the autumnal weather in the UK.
London Control, EV 169, level.
All the nice sunny days of 25 degrees and plus has gone, unfortunately. Right, so this is quite straightforward. On the runway now, the next right is just where the turn pad is. So I'm fairly sure there's no restrictions on using that. There's no notes there in terms of minimum sort of maximum aircraft size.
Shuttle 13 Hotel London, hello, Squawk 6202.
Alright, come on, going uphill a little bit, so just slowing down a bit.
6202, Shuttle 13 Hotel.
Don't worry.
Brother 228, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 14.
Taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 14.
Nordic 17 Tango, climb flight level 35 at
Ever had any near misses during LVPs? Not that I remember, William. I don't really do earlies, to be honest. So I sort of miss most of the LVP stuff because it's usually in the morning. But no, not as far as I'm aware. You know, it's all very controlled because everything's slowed right down. So you know, we take everything really, really slowly. We do all the checks, stationary, etc. So you know, it's sort of. It's designed to be a lot sort of more controlled, I suppose.
You know,
and that obviously just improves the sort of safety, I suppose.
Sky is 2855, left turn at 25 at 0 degrees. Sky is 2855.
Left turn to 50 degrees, Sky is 2855.
Thank you. KLM 1542, push and start approved, face to the east.
Right, basically on a cliff here.
Ryanair 228, just turn left now on Delta, first left turn, then November, Bravo.
Right, so it's clear to line up, so we're just going to line up. Do the packs once we're lined up and tell them we're ready. There's no requirement anymore to say rolling or takeoff. Used to be a phraseology thing, but there's no requirement to do that anymore.
November, Bravo now.
A lot of people still do, but like I said, there's no actual requirement to do it. Turn that up, can't bloody see anything.
Monarch 7506, report ready.
Okay. Right, so you said report ready, which we will.
Sorry, Speedbird 221, roger. Channel 17 Yankee Zulu, climb flight level 310.
So again, it's just going to be taken really, really slowly.
Channel 17 Yankee Zulu, climb flight level 310.
Nordic 17 Tango, monitor Unicorn 1228, bye-bye.
Unicorn 1228, thanks, Monarch 17 Tango.
Sky is 2855, stop descent, flight level 250.
So this is interesting. So the visibility now is, I guess, the centre line distance, but it'd be interesting if they got any RVRs.
Unicorn 1228, goodbye.
Right, so the line-up checklists.
Ryanair 6923, monitor Unicorn 128.
Says cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runway is runway 14 for left. Line up clearance only. TCAS is TAR8 and PAX 1 and 2 are off. So interesting to know, I mean, they probably won't have it, but I mean, really want to see sort of 8 lights, which we don't have that. So this is sort of right on the limits, I think, of whether it's legal or not. Obviously, having actual RVRs would be good. Land under control, Monarch 7506. I don't suppose you got RVRs, have you?
I have got an RVR. Currently, Leeds is 150 metres RVR.
Okay, lovely, that's fine, that's legal. Yeah, yeah, we're ready for takeoff, departure. Sorry, Monarch 7506.
Monarch 7506, thanks. Yes, RVR 150 metres. Surface wind at Leeds is 150 at 8 knots. Runway 14, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 14, Monarch 7506. Good, so it's 25 metres within legal limits. Winds pretty much straight down the strips, that's all fine. We've got the performance, anti-ice is on. Everything else is good, we're all ready to go. And let's crack on. Was that?
Monarch 7506, cancel takeoff clearance. I'll say again, cancel takeoff clearance, hold position, acknowledge.
Hold in position, Monarch 7506. So somebody's lining up, so somebody's infringed the runway.
Please, and then hold it Alpha 1.
Yeah, I just noticed that they're left on Alpha, and Alpha 1 now.
Thank you.
So these are the threats.
7506, it's all clear now, certainly. Runway 14, clear for takeoff.
Thank you very much. Runway 14, clear for takeoff, Monarch 7506. Good. Right,
I'm just
going to hold on the brakes.
Flight level 200.
So 50%. So centerline tracking is going to be really important. I'll tell you what, let's get the LS. So we'll have a localizer beam now on there. So that's looking good. It is Toga. So brakes are off.
And you can redirect to the Bravo Romeo.
Man Toga SRS runway.
Direct Bravo November India is going to 2855.
Easy 56 Uniform Echo, hello, climb flight level 290.
290, Easy 56 Uniform Echo.
Lufthansa cargo 178, monitor Unicorn 1228, by the way.
Monitor Unicorn 122, Lufthansa
178,
thank you, bye bye.
Goodbye, Shuttle 13 Hotel, it's a Nugra 1 Hotel arrival.
Nugra 1 Hotel, Shuttle 13 Golf.
We've got 221 backtrack, runway 14, vacate at Echo 2, hold at Echo 1.
Speedbird 221 backtracking, runway 14, holding at Echo 2 via Echo 1, Speedbird 221.
Ryanair 228, you can follow the aircraft in front, backtrack, runway 14 now, vacate at Echo 2, hold at Echo 1.
Ryanair 228, can you do that again, please?
Hey firm,
Can't see a
runway following the aircraft in front of you. Vacate to Echo 2 and hold short to Echo 1.
Thrust climb.
Backtrack runway from Seafront Simulations, vacate Echo 2 and hold Echo 1.
Yeah, flight plan seems to have sorted itself out. That's good. I think it is, Mark. That's the lowest fizz I've seen for a very, very long time, even in real life. I mean, that was only just legal. That was.
2-1 Lima Golf, I'll just check you were turning right to 150, you're still on the original heading.
Yeah, right, left heading 150, Lima 1 Lima Golf.
Alright, okay, Sky is 2855, monitor Unicom now to Cardiff 1228, bye bye. Just cross, Sky is 2855, Unicom 1228, bye bye.
Hey, Unicom 128.
I got the heart pounding a little bit. Right, through SB, flap 0.
Monitor Unicom 1228, please.
1228.
Spoilers disarmed.
Ataro 525, hello, climb flight level 230.
Don't need the lights, it's all out.
Okay, Monarch 7506, climb flight level 290.
Climb flight level 290, Monarch 7506.
And Speedbird 221.
290 blue. Was that 29 or 25?
He's going to vacate the runway into the loop.
There you go, PM. Was that 25 or 2N? I missed that. Sorry, 25 or 29.
Going to Unicom and we'll be aware of the other aircraft, Speedbird 221.
All stations, London broadcast. London is now closed. If you just monitor Unicom, please, 122.8. London is now closed. Unicom 1228, London out. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Cool.
Bye.
Anyway, he's closed now and it doesn't matter. So it's climbed to flight level, so standard is set and cross checked. Flight level 290 blue. Right, we're through the worst of it. So bounce can be, or cabin crew can be released. Above the MSA 2. So where's Manchester? So yeah, if we had a problem, it'd be direct over to Manchester like that. Unfortunately, it's all fine. So I'm just going to stay on this here because I know there's a lot of traffic about, so I'm not going to do any shortcuts just yet. I'm not under any controls, so just for where we are. I think we're sort of fairly out of the fluff, so anti-ice can come off for the time being. .29. No, it doesn't matter now, Marty's gone, but if he had stayed online I would have double checked it. You know, you have to. But that was quite interesting. I mean, I wasn't actually expecting that sort of weather, to be honest. You know, I was thinking, I was speaking to Gav last night, and he said, "I'll do like a New Zealand's, you know, Auckland's, Queenstown or something." I thought, "Oh yeah, I could do," but then when I looked at the price of the scenery, I was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna spend that much." Ironically, I spent, God knows, 30, 40 quid on the Leeds scenery and the Paphos scenery, and then I got this the ship. Traffic, which I probably won't be able to see anything today, but yeah, ship traffic from Orbx. I don't know how good it's going to be, but yeah, I did buy a little few things last night, so I still wanted to do a longer flight, to be fair. Right, there's through 10s, airports are on, radnavs, that's what we were doing, so yeah, we were on that radial, so don't need the radnavs anymore. Progress 350, yeah, it's just slightly above the optimum, but it's 1400 below the recommended max, that's fine, we can do that. Performance, we'll leave that as it is. Fuel, so a little bit of extra fuel down in Paphos, that's what we want. Secondary, I'll just leave that again for a minute as well, just because we're still fairly close to Manchester if we needed it. So yeah, I wasn't really expecting, not expecting that sort of weather at all, which was really good, because that's made it really interesting. So, you know, really made me think, actually, because, you know, sort of get me back into LVP stuff, where, you know, you really got to think about the legal minimums for takeoff. You know, how many lights you need to see is a bit difficult in the sim, because obviously the scenery is a little bit different as well. But, you know, the procedures, the checklist, you know, doing everything on the ground before you get going. Again, it's a little bit easier when you're two pilots, but it certainly makes you think. Makes you think on what you got to do. I'd be interested. Is London Control South online? Is anybody else down there? It doesn't look like it. No, I think that's it. So I think we can just clear ourselves all the way now. So 35. There we go. 350 is blue. What time are we getting down? I want to take the dog out at about 4ish. Oh, that's 4:50. So yeah, we did take off a little bit late. What's that? 7 minutes ago. 13. So what are we, about 28 minutes behind schedule, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, well, the dog might have to go for a walk a little bit later. Okay, Manchester would be down here somewhere. So yeah, we can see Manchester's pretty much cab okay. That was Cat 1, which we can see that under the clouds, so Manchester wasn't a problem at all. Birmingham is somewhere down here. Yeah, I'd love to know what that weather was like in real life. What's it saying? Oh, it's saying the same, yeah. 100 meters viz, but RVR 150. No change. Light drizzle fog. So good, yeah. Interesting one. Alright, I think we're about to start going to cloud. Anti-ice can come back on. That wasn't really a tutorial about LVPs, but it certainly covered a lot that sort of needs to be discovered and discussed. So yeah, I think that can go in the description of a nice foggy departure. I'm in the speedbird behind you. We'll probably be taking a walk through the cabin, which coincidentally is the same time as my wife gets her haircut. See you in 4 hours. Yeah, no worries, Alp. See you in a bit. Hey J-Hog, how you doing? Yeah, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, guys. It's all good. I've got a few more subscribers since yesterday. I did a bit of sort of prostitution yesterday on Gav's channel, I think, to try and poach some of his subscribers. So just trying to get my numbers up a little bit. I think as soon as I get to 1,000, then I might actually start being able to make money out of it. Not that I'm probably going to earn a lot of money, but it's every little bit of help. Certainly the cost of living going up. But then supposedly we're getting bloody Boris Johnson back in as Prime Minister, isn't there? So I mean, God knows what's going to happen. I still think we need to vote for the Wombles. Get the Wombles as PM. They're going to do a better job. The Wombles or Dick Dastardly. I think either of those two characters as PM, would be golden. Right, I can see the centre tanks feeding now because we're taking a lot more fuel. So the centre tanks are off during taxis. They're on for about a minute after the engines start, and then they switch off. So they don't feed the engines on the ground until you sort of take off. Once you're airborne, then they start feeding. So the centre tank logic, so all the fuel is taken from these first, and then the fuel from the inner tanks, from the actual wings, start feeding it. So it seems smooth. I think we have the belts off. It's only a sort of very thin layer that we'd be going through. Do we divert to Geneva to mess up Gavin's stream? Oh, is he streaming, is he? Oh, that's one thing I forgot to do, actually. I was going to put a load of scenery in, en route scenery, into the community folder just in case, and I didn't do it. So what have I got in there? Let's have a quick look. I should have put like Athens, etc. in there. I've got Rome, Porto, Lisbon, Paphos is there, obviously that's where we're going. Oh no, yeah, I forgot. Oh well. So I've got all these other sceneries. So what have I got? Venice, that would have been a good one. Venice, Athens, Kos, Baal, Dalaman, Split, Zadar, Skiathos. Yeah, I had a few which I could have put in there. Tivat. Yeah, I forgot to put all of these in. Oh well. Never mind. Well, we don't plan on going to any of these en route places, but yeah, it might have been quite interesting to have gone over the top of them. Gav is streaming now. Oh, is Gav streaming? Shall I go and poach some more viewers? Ah, we're competing now, aren't we? What's he doing? Geneva to Pristina. Oh, he's not even got going yet. I'll wait until he actually starts because he's not even talking. Do we divert it? Yeah. Well, this is what I wanted to. Almost wanted to do this yesterday because I was taken off in front of Gavin in Bordeaux. I was almost tempted just to go. Oh, I've got a tech problem on the runway. I've blocked the runway. Sorry. I've got a hydraulic leak or something. You can't depart from this one anymore. You gotta go and depart from the other runway and just mess them up and go. Yeah, sorry, runway's blocked. Just see how he reacts to that. Suddenly having to change the performance. See if he can get out. But I mean that's just mean, isn't it? I mean I shouldn't be doing that. Right, should we plug these things back in? So yeah, there is a flight mode, isn't there? I didn't realise. There we go, flight mode. Almost like we do in reality. Now there you go, a little flight mode symbol. Good, so a long way to go. So just sort of south of Belgium, France, through Austria, over the top of sort of Innsbruck, Venice. Yeah, all these airports that I could have put in, I've completely bloody forgot. Oh well. So Venice, down the sort of eastern side of Italy, towards Greece, over the Greek islands, Athens, and then down towards Turkey. And the reason I chose this route, there's a couple of routes. There was another route that went sort of further north and down this way. but it went through Turkish airspace. And the reason I chose this route is because in reality, is it going through Ivano? Should do. Boundary, Switzerland. So when you look at the boundaries, Brindisi, Greek airspace, Nicosia. Yeah, so Ivano. So this is going through Greek airspace, Ivano, and then into Nicosia airspace, which is fine. But if you go via Turkish airspace, if you go in here, in towards Cypriot airspace, the Turks don't speak to the Cypriots and vice versa, because obviously there's a long history there between the two of them. So they don't talk to each other, so they don't hand the aircraft over. So there's a procedure when you're flying in Turkish airspace and you're flying in towards Nicosia, Cypriot airspace and vice versa. You have to contact the other sector on box 2 on their frequency about 10 minutes before you enter the boundary, to warn them that you're coming, so that they know about it, because the Turks, and vice versa, they don't tell each other there's an aircraft coming. So you've got to sort of do it 10 minutes before, so they sort of expect you. And that's there's a procedure when you're flying through Turkish airspace into Cypriot and the other way. So I deliberately chose this route. It was maybe a little bit longer, but it kept me in Greek airspace. So if ATC, I doubt they'd be online, but if they were, I wouldn't have to do that. So yeah, it's a sort of funny thing that they're still messing around with. Your rate of climb is slow, isn't it? Probably do managed climb now, but it's not going to make any difference. It's managed climb 350. So yeah, we're heavy. Alright, minus 37, so anti-ice can come off in a second. Hey Frank. Runway is very short at Paphos. No, it isn't. It's not short at Paphos at all. Well, if you want to vacate at Gulf, yeah. But you can do that. I nearly did that last time I was there. Did I get off? I think I did actually. I can't remember if I was at a 321 or not. But where is it? Paphos. Yeah, that's what I mean. Gulf. You're never going to go at Gulf, but you can get off at Hotel. I think this is. So if you go max reverse, medium water brake, and you touch down the right place, you can usually get off at Hotel. I mean, you can backtrack anyway, but yeah, getting off at Hotel is usually quite a good thing to do, but it's a little bit uncomfortable. So you do slam the anchors on a little bit. Hey Peter, how you doing? 2 streams, keep tabs on Mark. I've got to do some work. So we're going to troll Gavin again, shall we? Alright, what's the temperature? Almost the magic number, minus 40. There we go, minus 40. Anti-ice is off. What is the time? Is it lunchtime yet? Oh, it's 12:30, yeah. Right, I'm just off the phone a minute. I think my mum's just called me, so 1 second. Right, I'm back. So the old deer talking about Sky or something, so nothing that urgent. I'll have a look at that at some point. So are we there yet? Not yet. Where are we? Luton. So I wonder how the doggy's doing in the back. Let's look at. So 18 degrees. There we go. That should be fine for a dog. Turn it down a little bit. You know what dogs are like when they get stressed. Ryanair's destroying the runway for you. Downloaded the FS. Have you got to pay for that, Ryan? I haven't actually seen Gav's video of it, but I mean, what he told me about it did seem very, very good. how you can just sort of set things up, and if you're doing practice landings or whatever, it's useful for that sort of thing. So yeah, it does sound like it's a good little application to use. Right, guard should be on 2 by now. I think we're far away from Manchester. I think we can copy the secondary. That's done. Good. So just to the west of Heathrow, then to Gatwick. Always tempted to direct to Dover. That would shorten it a little bit. Which I might do once we get to top of cruise. Two versions, advanced is around £42. Oh, okay, yeah, it's not something that's free. Okay, if they want to give me a free copy to test, I'm more than happy to, but so, I can't spend any more money. I must have spent about £30–40 last night on the scenery and various other things, which I shouldn't be really. I've got to save up for other things, but there we go. Well, that's one thing which I do need to. I need to change the sound. I was going to say it's very, very quiet. It's almost like I've got noise-cancelling headphones. I just realised why it's so quiet because I turned the volume down on a video I did yesterday. So I'm going to have to turn that up in a minute, which I forgot about. So yeah, you probably didn't hear much on takeoff because the volume is turned right down. Oh, it's actually quite nice. I actually quite like that volume. Just renewed my pass was 75 quid. Yeah, I've got to go into bloody London to do that because I need it the same day. It is, yeah, well done. It is on. Good point. Don't need that anymore. I only needed that for the takeoff. Right, come on, girl. Am I on Unicom? Oh no, I'm not. I've got to go on Unicom as well. Oops. Never mind, I thought it was very quiet. Alright, so again, a little bit of high level cloud just over the UK. Oh, bad week. Passport, driving licence, speeding fine. Oh dear. How fast were you going? Yeah, I had to do one of those courses a few months ago. Bloody stupid things. It's the smart motorways, that's what catch me out, because they bloody put the speed limits up and down all the time. 1 minute it's 40, then it's 50, and then it's 60, and then it goes back to 40. It's just like there's no consistency of warning. So, you're sort of going along at 50 thinking you're doing alright, and then suddenly you get to another gantry and it says, oh, suddenly it's 40 for no reason. So. Right, 1,000 to go. So yeah, a bit above the optimum, but we're below recommended max, that's fine. There's still a decent split there between VMO and VLS. Now we're just over the top of Luton, which is down there, is it? There we go, there's Luton. towards Luton was another Monarch base. I can just see I'm going to get some sort of failure now where I have to divert, and I'll be diverted to somewhere where I haven't put the scenery in. Ah well, it is what it is. I need a checklist. I need a checklist to make something of, make sure everything's right before I do it. Right, let's go direct to Dover. Beams. Cute. Alright, let's direct Dover. Cut the corner a bit. That's a really common complaint. I work for National Highways. Oh, okay, Smart Ways is meant to decrease, to increase incrementally. Yeah, oh, there you go. I can whinge to you about it. Mac Star. It nearly caught me out the other day driving home. It was, I don't know, it was 50, and then it suddenly went down to 40, which I know is an incremental change, but you know, there was nothing on the road. There was no reason for it to be 40. You know, there's no conditions that had changed. It was, I think I was driving home as well, out cruise, and I know they said on the speed awareness course that, you know, we don't know what's ahead and they're slowing you down because there might be a hazard ahead and this, that and the other, but it's not my problem that it's slowed down to 40. My problem is that you don't get any prior warning to the actual speed camera. You know, one gantries it's 50 and the next gantry it's 40, but there's no signposted speed limit before you get to that gantry, so you get to it at 50 and then you have to slam your brakes on so you don't bloody set the camera off. That's what, for me, I find is really dangerous. That's what annoys me. Right, Brookman's Park, other wind, right, 26 minutes and 11.9 tons. So Brookman's Park. Brookman's Park, 29, so a couple of minutes behind, and we got 11.9. Yeah, we're 11.9. We wanted, we took it 600 extra on top of this. So that's 11.6-ish, 11.5, 11.6. So yeah, we're about 400 up on CNR at the minute, which is good. Right, I'm just going to disappear off air a second. Just double check these are good. Just make sure the dogs are right. Good, good, good. So use 2 tons. 11.9 plus 2 is about 13,914. That's what we're left with. That's fine. And center tank's about to be finished. Good. The worst is when you have the speed restriction, but then absolutely no instant head of you showing down. Yeah, I mean, that does frustrate me. Turn speed cameras when the speed limit changes suddenly on the gantry vehicles. Yeah, no, I know they get a grace period, but what I mean is, you know, one gantry further back is 50 and then the next gantry is 40, so you know, it is 40 when you get there. It hasn't changed, but you don't know it's going to be 40. There's not like a sign that sort of warns you prior to the gantry. You know, you've got to rely on what it says on the gantry. But you know, the thing is, if you're going around a corner, because sometimes these gantries are around the corner, and then you get there and it's busy, you know, you get there and it's 40, and you know, if it's wet, you know, you can't see that. You know, the visibility's not that great. It's I don't know, I'm probably just clutching at straws, but it just irritates me. Right, anyway, I'm just off the air for a second, just to make sure the pooch is good. And so I might go into lunch actually. See, I'm off there for about 10 minutes.
Getting uniform easy 101, turning Spiner and 826 left. Nine, high, still in.
Right, back with you guys. That was a good place to come back to, over the channel. This is where I bought the boat thing from Orbx, like £20 or something, and I can't see anything. That's a waste of bloody money, wasn't it? Where are they? They're supposed to be like oil tankers and all sorts of things going up and down with the wakes, and I thought I'd be seeing loads of boats. Can't see anything. There's all the ships. Oh. No. Oh well, yeah. Definitely a waste of money. Oh, there's one. Yeah, there's a boat. There we go. £20 well spent. Yeah, I can't see much else. Oh, there's another one. There's two. All three. Oh, you can sort of see the dots. It's supposed to have ferries and all sorts of things, but maybe it's the level of detail, I'm not too sure. Maybe there's like a draw distance that needs to be set to something, or something down there, I think. This is Calais, isn't it? So I mean, that you'd expect there to be a few ferries down there. Yeah, interesting to see what it's like at night, because apparently they've got night lights on. Oh yeah. Let me just have me bagel. Mark me 2 minutes. Let me just mute the mic so you don't hear me chomping for 2 minutes. Let me just eat that, and I'll be back to that in 1 second. So yeah, just off the air. Just off the air for 1 minute, and I'll be back. Yeah, Elk, don't do that, buddy. That's the wrong flight level. So you need to be at odds going in this direction. So it needs to be 3.5 or 3.7 or 3.3. So yeah, don't go at an even flight level, because anybody come in the opposite direction, you're going to smack straight into them. So yeah, one of my bugbears about VATSIM is just knowing your flight levels and know what flight level you should be flying at. It depends on what way you go. And to be honest, there isn't actually a lot of documentation on it. It's not actually that easy to find certain references. I mean, they are out there, but if I just look at what I've got now, so yeah, anything going between sort of 090 degrees and 270 degrees, anything sort of heading off to the south needs to be an odd flight level. So yeah, if you're at 3.6, either go up or go back down. I doubt you'd be able to go back up. I mean, what I'd do is if you're 12 miles, if I increase to 7.9, if you go to like 7.7, then you know, we just naturally get a bit of separation just by the change in speed, and over the sort of 4 hours that will sort of work out quite nicely. Right, Mark. Sorry, yeah. What was this for the views? The other thing. 1 second. One thing I'm just going to do very, very quickly. I know I shouldn't pause it, but I'm just going to go in the options. 1 second. General sound. That's a bit better. The sound's a bit more. It's a bit quiet. Just the ambient sound was a little bit too quiet. So yeah, hopefully that's a little bit better. You can actually hear things now. I only reduced it last night when I was doing this control setup video that I did. So yeah, that's fine. I'll go 7.9. It's nice and smooth. 7.9's good, and yeah, we'll sort it out over the time. I can do a couple of directs too, potentially, if I need to. It's pretty much a straight line anyway. Sorry, Mark. Yeah. So what was it going back? I'll have to have a look. Hey, Speedbird, miss the old Monarchs. Yeah, I mean, they were a good company. I'm just seeing what you said about setting it. Going back through the chat. Oh, there we go. So easiest way is to walk through the cabin using the arrow keys, get to the correct position and press Control Alt F1 to F12 to save the view. You can switch. Right, there we go. The normal numbers. Yeah, sorry, it is the normal numbers. Control Alt. Right. Okay, let's have a look at that then. Everything's alright in here, isn't it? Yeah, good. Right, yeah, across good. Let's go out and have a wander. Oh, I know why that's probably not working. I need to turn it on, don't I? Some settings, I think it is. There we go. Right, hopefully I can do this. There we go. Can you set outside views? That's what I want to know. No, wrong way. So was it Control Alt and 1? So that can be that one. So I go back there and go Alt 1. Yeah, there we go. Well done, Mark. I knew somebody would know how to do it. Probably want one at the back as well, don't we? So that can be Control Alt 2. I only really want a couple from the actual cabin. Don't think so, no. That's annoying. Yeah, I'd sort of like a sort of a nice view from you know, the landing gear. I suppose if you open a door and you went outside, you might be able to do it. but that would require me opening a door. Come on, why are you not? Control Alt 3. Why is it stuck? I can't move left on my mouse. Oh, I've done it again. Alright, this can be Control Alt 6. So I go Alt 2. There we go. Alt 1. So I've got similar sort of positions for the first 6 numbers. Ah, so I'm getting stuck. Yeah, it's all flipping out. I don't know what's going on there. Doesn't like me turning left for some reason. Can't do the view. Yeah, not too sure what's going on there. There's some showcase cameras. Oh, okay. Ah, so what's going on? Why can't I turn left? So I can't, I'm literally moving my mouse to the left, it's not allowing me to do it. Go back to the default view, okay. Yeah, I might have to do that. Well, I've got a few set up. I've got the left wing, the trailing edge, and then round the back, and then nothing at the front yet. On the right side, we've got that side there. So how can I do this with the same? If I do Control Alt, oh no, because that's going to reset the view. How do I reset that view? Because Control 1 is the FMGC. Oh, no, yeah, that still works. I'm just using Control Alt. So, will it though? If I do Control Alt 1 and then press Control 1, is that the new view for Control 1? Yeah, I want it set up so when I press Control 1 I can see both FMGCs rather than just seeing, you know, 1 and 2 independently. If that makes sense. Double check there's no ATC online. Oh, there is. What's Frankfurt? We might speak to him, we may not. Ryan's on. Who's that? EDGG. Yeah, there might be a Ryan control on. No. Let me just have a look. Control Alt 1. Press that. No. Ah, yeah. I thought I did this. I did think I changed this. Christian told me how to do it. Oh, back's just clicked. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, so Alt 1 is now that, which I don't want that. So that's Alt 1, so that's that view. Yeah, I'm sure Christian told me how to do it, where you can just... Is it shift maybe? You can change the control one views rather than the alt views. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm sure you can, Mark, because I'm sure I've done it before. And Christian told me how to do it because I want the... Because, you know, at the minute control one does that, so it just gives me FMGC1, but actually what I would prefer to do would be have that as my control one, where I can see both FMGCs, because when you're doing like the load sheet and stuff, you're sort of using, you know, I'm using the load sheet data on here and then inputting it in there, so that's kind of why I want to do that. Let's put in some weathers, don't I? Where are we? Brussels, that's what over there. Let's get Paris, Luxembourg, and Zurich would do. Let's see. FPO. Is it control shifts? Might be, yeah, might be. Mark, I need to have a look in a second. Go in. Right, Paris is 210 at 10, all the 9s, 23 degrees. Good, so Paris is good. Let's have a quick look at Luxembourg, the LLX. Message, Luxembourg is fine, bit of broken cloud, a few TCUs around, but again, it's probably pretty workable. And so where else? Zurich, LS, Z, H. Zurich is a little bit rainy, good viz, but a bit of rain, but that's fine, we can do all that, no problems, we're good. So yeah, is it shift maybe? It might be shift. It's a control shift one. No, that didn't do it. No, so it's not control shifts. There's definitely something. I'm sure there's something, because I'm sure, like I said, Christian told me how to do it. But I just can't remember how to do it. I need him online. Should go and troll gas stream. Where is it? Come on. Oh, he's got moving. Just trolling gas stream, so seeing as Gav's got 138 viewers and I've got I don't know, what have I got? Probably not as many. Why's my viewers disappeared? My chat's disappeared off OBS. I don't know how to get it back. Chat. Oh, there you go. There we go. Right control and number. Gas down the road now, yeah. Can you hear him? Oh, there's ATC down there as well. It would be hilarious if you heard it on frequency. It probably will. Yeah, probably will hear him. God, those Thrustmaster pedals are thousands Australian dollars. That's not cheap, is it? Right, anyway. I've done my poaching. Let's go back to mine. Just here for the rides. You got the regulars, yeah. So is it right control? And one, is it just right control dark? It's not right alt or anything, just... I'd have to press... Yeah, see, that's not working. So I'm just eating a chocolate pudding. You ever watch British Av Geek? He's pretty enjoyable. Yeah, I've watched a few things. Andy, he's, you know, he does quite a lot of stuff. His knowledge on the Airbus is a little bit limited, but I don't blame him. He doesn't fly for real life, so that's not a criticism. But you know, I've tried to. I say tried to, and he's not asked, so I don't really need to. But I think I have said a couple of times, just try to watch this or don't do that or something, and he just never responds. He ignores me. So yeah, he doesn't really ever engage with me when I say anything, unlike Gavin, who was very receptive. But there we go. You know, he's got his own little community. That's fine. That's fair. Control Alt. So right Control Alt's method is that. So if I do right Control Alt. No, that's just taking me back there, which isn't where I wanted to go. I'm really confused. You've got to speak to me in... Oh, God. I think the thing is with me, Andy, is that I've always sort of tried to educate people. You know, people like Gavin, etc. He's obviously been very successful and very receptive based on sort of what I've told him and what he's got from other people. So I've always quite enjoyed sort of the training aspect of like the job, and you know, teaching people and this, that and the other, and always sort of, you know, quite enjoy sort of seeing other people do really, really well and get better at things. So, you know, that's why me and Gavin have got on really, really well, because he's always been very receptive to what I've got to say, and likewise he sort of puts it into practice as well. So, you know, when I sort of say to anybody else, oh, you know, don't do this, I think he, you know, was it British Av Geek, you know, he took off once and he used full left aileron on takeoff, which, you know, you just don't do, because of the spoilers, which I did discuss in the crosswind video that I did. So a little bit of spoiler deflection, a little bit of aileron into wind is fine, but you don't go full aileron on the takeoff at all. But that's a general aviation aircraft thing, which is what they do. So, you know, I did sort of say something. I said, "Oh, don't do that. You know, we don't do that on the Airbus, because you know that can cause problems." And he just basically ignores me. So I think, oh, okay, if you're going to ignore me, then I'm obviously not going to bother. You know, which is fair. You know, I'm not. He hasn't asked for my help, so you know, I'm not. You know, there's no reason for me to give it. But you know, I try and sort of say little things now and again. But anyway, how much is a lesson? It's free, Dark. I don't charge anything. That's the beauty of doing this. It doesn't cost a thing. So what was that? Like 0. Control Alt changes the Alts. I don't fly light aircraft, not anymore. I would like to, Elk. You know, I would like to do light aircraft flying again. There's a little airfield just down the road from me, but it was like, I think they were charging like £1,000 for 10 hours of flying. And you know, I mean, for those of us that fly, you know, in real life, whether it's general aviation, aircraft, for airlines, whatever it is, like 10 hours is nothing. You know, that is no time at all. I mean, you know, it's taken me 4.5 hours to get to Paphos today. Now, I'm not saying you're going to fly to Paphos in a general aviation aircraft, but you know, 10 hours is not a lot. And I don't know if that's like taco time, whether it's, you know, 10 hours from the engine started, or whether that's 10 hours, you know, actual flight time, takeoff to landing, because, you know, 10 hours taco time is, you know, I mean, probably, I don't know, general aviation aircraft, you probably spend 20 minutes of that on the ground. So, you know, it's a lot of money to sort of shell out when you're not actually going anywhere, potentially. So, yeah, I'd like to do it, but you know, the money is too prohibitive at the minute. You know, it's too expensive to do. I've got a lot more other costs that I've got to worry about. So, you know, unfortunately, it's just not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Been on the fly-by-wire quite a bit lately. I'm thinking of getting the Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, it is really good, Andy. I'm sort of the opposite. I'm quite bad, really. I've always been on the Phoenix, and I haven't once been on the fly-by-wire. But I do need to go on the fly-by-wire, and I do know it is a very good product. But I just haven't actually been bothered to go on it because, you know, the Phoenix is that much better. Who's this numpty that's flying at the same altitude as me? Right, you're going to set off the TCAS in a minute, mate. So we can either do some controlling or a bit of separation. Right, let's just get out of the way. Let's go 100. I don't know who he is, but I can't go up. 34, yeah, so I can't go to 37, I've got to go stay at 35. Or was that you, Ryan? Oh, it's you, Ryan. Okay, so fair enough. How have you got ahead of me? I thought I told you to slow down. And you sped up. You're going a lot faster. I'll tell you what, you speed up and I'll go behind you. We updated the sensitivity settings. I've tweaked them. I tweaked the pitch, Ryan, ever very slightly. So there's a video coming out on that. I've just got to sort of publish it. Really, it's all being uploaded, but I just need to publish it, and it sort of goes through the sensitivity settings I've got for my joystick and my rudder pedals. Sort of gives you a very sort of brief description of how I set my controls up as well, like physically, like where they are next to me as well. I don't have any photos, unfortunately. I don't have any sort of movie making software to actually sort of do that. Where you can sort of physically see where things are. So you just got to use your imagination. But don't want to do that. Not that. Come on. Where are you going? There we go. Right, I'm going back to a backy. It's nav. So if you're ahead of me, Ryan, you just carry on. So I've got the pendulum, the TPR, the Thrustmaster TPR pendulum pedals. Ryan, you know, they weren't cheap. They, you know, £400, 400 British pounds. So yeah, not the cheapest things on the planet. But of all the sort of research I did, everything I looked at, they were probably the best pedals out there for kind of what they're going to sort of give me in terms of, like, you know, similarities to the, you know, the real pedals. Where, you know, there are other pedals out there. I can't remember the name of the brands and stuff, but you know, they're too flat. They're quite flat to the ground. Where, you know, the rudder pedals need to be a bit more sort of elevated. And somebody said to me the other day, I don't know what make they were, but somebody said they had rudder pedals that actually had a sort of trim function. So I don't know if it must have been sort of powered, where it had like a powered trim function as well. And I thought, that sounds, I mean, they sound expensive, but they sounded good. You know, if you had like rudder pedals which you could actually trim, because that's what happens in the real aircraft. You know, when you trim the rudder the rudder pedals out when you've got an engine failure, and you trim this, the rudders sort of lock in their deflected position, and then they're sort of basically sort of centered. That's the new center, I suppose, for the sort of the rudders. But yeah, somebody said that, something like that, which sounds pretty good. MFG crosswind 3 Airbus. That might have been what you said. I can't quite remember. I need to have a look at those. MFG crosswind version 3. FG crosswind version 3. Pedals. Oh yes, yeah, I think I've seen those before. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen the MFG ones before. I think the only reason why I didn't get those, so actually, to be honest, I don't even think I looked. Yeah, I don't really know enough of them. I think that's the thing. I'm sure they're very, very good, but the one thing about the TPR pedals is because they've got that sort of centre bit, you know, again, it's sort of very similar to the sort of centre part we get here in the real aircraft, so, you know, they did sort of look quite similar. Check out the new Airbus pedals which go on it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing about the rudder pedals that I've got. If they did the sort of, you know, if they sold these separately, the actual Airbus ones, it would be a little bit better. Then I could just retrofit those, but they don't, unfortunately. So, but they do the job. They're perfectly good enough for what I need. Right, let's do another quick fuel check at the Barkey. So, yeah, pretty much used all the fuel in the centre, started to drain it from there. 3.5 plus 10.5 is about 14 tonnes. There's no leaks. So we're an hour and 8 minutes at Barkey. So an hour and 8 minutes, yeah, so pretty much there, and we want about 9 points, or 600 on top of that. 9.8, 9.9, oh, we got 10.4, so yeah, we are good for fuel. So you can see the terrain starting to come up now. Terrain button doesn't really work. Doesn't display anything at these sort of heights, but yeah, starting to sort of approach Switzerland. So the high terrain is going to go up. So you know, from Begar, where are we? Barkey, Begar, 6.5. So yeah, from Ronag, MSA is now above 10 from Ronag. I find that most things you need to work on it while doing this experimental builds. You can load the aircraft fuel cell into the Phoenix. Most things that, yeah, I'd say again, I've not really tried it, Sean. I need to try it. And that's it. I think 95% of it's there, so it's fine. If you're just sort of doing like a simple flight with 2 ILSs, that's great. But I think what it doesn't have is fine lap. I believe. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I still don't think it has fine lap for like a managed approach. So when you're doing like RMP or VOR approaches, you've still got to sort of use it as selected mode, which, you know, is fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but of course normally we use fine lap for things like that, unless we can't for whatever reason. So yeah, I think they might still need to work on that. I don't know what else they need to work on, to be honest. See if I can do these views again. No. Oh. Just doesn't like that for some reason. Be able to do like an engine view. that's quite a good view, I think. So what's that? Control Alt 4. That's that one. We could do a cabin crew view, couldn't we? Sat on their jump seat just reading the magazine for hours. Notice your PFD and FD are quite blurry. Where the massive improvement you select, if you select quality. Flight Time Tim Sim. I need to have a look at that. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what it's on. I thought it wasn't quality. I need to look at my Phoenix app. I thought it was, and you know, I thought the same actually. I thought my screens do look a little bit blurry. Maybe they are. Maybe they're on in what's it, quality and balanced and something else, isn't it? So, yeah, maybe I do need to look at that. I thought they were on quality, but they might not be. 5. Right, there we go. So we've got the view set up. I've already kind of got that view actually. Let's see if we can go a bit further back in the cabin. Do Control 6. Good. So now you've got my views back anyway. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So do you think these views are going to stay now? I'm going to change the model. Defo. Yeah, I did think. Yeah, I did think they were made a little bit blurry. You're right. Okay, I will look at that. I need to look at that at some point. So I thought it wasn't quality, but it might not be. It might be unbalanced. So maybe I do need to change that one. So did you code some of the fly-by-wire, John? That's pretty impressive if you did. Do that with the Mac 2 view. Do that with the Mac 2 view you want, but use a free number. Right. See what you mean. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, that's maybe what Christian has said. But then I've got to, yeah. Well, I do kind of have it there, really. There are quite a lot of views, aren't there? Oh, there's a cabin. Yeah, the annoying thing is I want Control 1 to be that view. I don't want it to be Control 7. Oh, I meant the 747. Okay, fair enough. I have got the Salty 747 actually. I did have a look at it the other day. The problem is I don't know what I'm doing. That's the thing. I've got no idea how to run the 747. I mean, it looked very good. Sure, it'd be very good for like a long, sort of long haul stream. It's open. No. Go in there. Can't go in the toilet. Yeah, can't go any further. So cabin crew very much have gone off guards. Yeah, they're not allowed. Okay. What about the front toilet? Can you go to the front toilet? Oh, someone hasn't armed their slide. Naughty, naughty. Both the doors. Yeah, so these should be flush and armed. Somebody, I've got no idea who it is. Have you gone behind me again, Brian? I feel like I should be speeding up again. Somebody else trying to get hold of me. Right, just off the air again for a minute. Right, sorry, yeah, it was a pretty important phone call. I'm going to disappear for a little bit. I've got a couple of phone calls to make and just a couple of emails to do as well. But yeah, I'll leave it as it is. I'll do like a wing view or something, and I'll get back to you in probably about half an hour, I think. So yeah, just chat amongst yourselves, and I'll be back in a little bit. So see you in a bit. Sorry guys, that was just, yeah, very quick call I need to do. Yeah, sounds like you've been busy, John, with that. Very clever things to be doing. So yeah, it got a little bit bumpy over the Alps. Might just reduce the speed a bit. Sorry, I got loads of things going on today. I thought it was going to be a nice quiet day, but it's actually not. So. It's actually suddenly become a really busy day. Still 15 miles behind. Oh, you are 15 miles behind. Okay. Sorry, Alk. I thought you'd overtaken me, but you haven't. Okay, I'll keep the speed up. Oh, what's going on with this spam? What accent we doing today? Yeah, yeah, maybe not Chinese. Alright, let's go direct to Lauren. A nice view of the Alps. Too sure where is it? That's yeah, Innsbruck's off the left. Innsbruck's over there somewhere. Can't quite see it, but somewhere over there. Not sure what Cypriots sound like. No, I don't know, to be honest. Farmer. Yeah, I can kind of sort of do a Somerset accent. Not far off. Right, how far are we? Are we there yet? So, what's the MSA down to Lauren? Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, 15 is the worst. That's for Vicenza. So, 150 is basically the MSAs at the minutes. Let's have a quick look at the charts. So Paphos is a good place where you can sometimes get a visual. But if you don't usually do VOR X-ray, there is an RNAV now, actually, RMP. Yeah, it's not that one. Not that one. Towbow, there we go. So yeah, Towbow, this is the sort of more familiar one we do. Can do visual, or we do the Towbow arrival. Towbow 1 Tango. Alright, let's have a quick look. let's get the RNAV for RMP. Should be that one there, I think. Two bow, and yes, this isn't. It's got to be. Is there a via? Must be a via. Aha, there we go. That's probably what it is. Two bow. There we go. That's what we want. Alright, good. That's got the RMP approach in. So we may do that. We may just do a visual. Come on, another subscriber in. Yes, 400s. Oh, I got 400. Yay, got 400. Maybe I can do a special one for 500 subscribers. How you doing, Ryan? You still behind me? Guess you're still reasonably close. Some things down for work. Let's put 77 so you can slow down a bit. Yeah, it's okay. It's smooth, isn't it? 79 is fine. As long as we're going, as long as I'm going a little bit faster than you potentially, we're good. All right, quick little review of these engines. It's still good. Pressure's good. Lead's good. Hydraulics. Dun dun dun. And yeah, it's looking good. Where did Gavin take off from? Again, Pristina. Yeah, a little bit ahead of me. And I've got a much longer distance to go as well. So. What am I after? Alright, apologies if I'm going a little bit quiet, I'm just sort of trying to work on things, some home things as well. Right, I'm just going to go off there for a second, just need to go downstairs, make sure the dog's still fine. So I think we're all good up here. Right, hello guys, back with you. Dark's disappeared. See you later, Dark. So I just had a few house chores to do and got other work things to do as well. Just a few phone calls, emails to make. So here we are. Where are we? Down the western coast of Italy. Looks like there's some boats down here. So I've got this boat mod, and it's so much cloudy. Well, there's so much cloud I can't even see on their boats. So, but no, there is something down there. It's supposed to give, I guess that's an island, it's supposed to give like a lot of realistic boat traffic, I think. Now, let's have a quick look how we're doing on the fuel. So Rupax, what have we got? 2 hours and 13 minutes, 8.1 at Rupax. There you go, Rupax 219. So yeah, we're a few minutes ahead. That's looking good. What did it say? 6.6 plus another 600, 7.2. 7.2, and we got 8.1. So yeah, we're doing well for the fuel. So we're definitely making up the fuel. 3.5 now on arrival. So CNR was what was CNR? So CNR was 2.2. So yeah, that's looking good. It's a good ton now above CNR for Larnaca. Everything else is fine. 370. So yeah, I still can't quite do 370. So set 3.5. A bit of extra fuel, as we said. It's good. Everything's still looking lovely. I think we're still ever so slightly ahead of Ryan. He's behind me in the BA. We're flying down there together. It's just over 10 miles. Yeah, that's fine. That'd be decent enough separation. I've sped up a little bit. I think Ryan's slowed down a tad as well. Can we see any of the boats? Yeah, not really. No. Is that a boat over there? Or was that an island? It might be an island actually. It might not be a boat at all. So yeah, this boat mod I've got hasn't really done anything that I can see. Maybe I need to change the settings to it. I don't know. I thought I had it set up. It seemed to work yesterday. Just had a little bit of a play with the dog as well. It's kept him entertained for a few minutes. Overhead's still good. No, I don't need the belts anymore, do we? It's no longer bumpy. It was bumpy over the Alps. There's some condition in the back looking. So 14 degrees. Yeah, that's not too bad. Keeps the little pooch in the back warm. So there's no ATC, I don't think, for today. For the rest of the flight, there is a little bit, obviously, on the way when we left Leeds. But certainly none for the rest of the flight, it seems. And who's joining us? No, hang on, I'm behind somewhere. Got Ryanair ahead of me, and he's going down to is it Brindisi? Barry. He's going. So there's a Ryanair in front of me going to Barry, which I can't actually see, but he's probably just almost, yeah, he's descending, so he's down here somewhere. So how's Gav doing? I don't think he's too far away. There's no controllers online, never mind. This what it is. Let's go and have a look at Gavin's stream. Right, hi guys, welcome back. Hey Jason. Hey Mark. Hey boarding time. You're right. Sorry, I was watching Gavin's stream there. It's a bit of in-flight entertainment for a little boring section of the cruise. Ryan's just behind me. He's in the British Airways. I've just had to speed up again. Was that him down there? I don't know, somewhere. Maybe that's him there. Yeah, Ryan, you got to slow down, buddy. You're getting a bit close. So we're just past Corfu, carrying on down towards sort of Athens. If I do a quick direct to Athens, it's not going to save much, but there you go, direct to Athens. Do it in a beam as well. I'll do a fuel check in a second. There we go. So where are we? Where are you? Yeah, you're about 7 or 8 miles, Ryan. You're going to have to slow down. Because I've gone to 0.80, which I wouldn't normally do, but it's smooth. But there we go. Trying to get ahead of you. You're just quick. Well, are you? If I could go, maybe if I go 35, I could probably do 35 now. Actually, I'm at 35. Why is that 33? Why is that being selected? Don't know why that's changed. We're at 35. We do 37. Probably not. Probably can't go up to 37. I don't know how that's changed. That's changed somewhere along the lines. But yeah, we've still got a little bit of time to go. What have we got? 4:30 UK local. So another hour and a half until we're landing. So about an hour until we start going down. So just going across Greece now. So a little bit to go. You're at 7-8. Oh yeah. Well, I'm doing. What are you indicated? Are you in the flyby? I'm at just over 270 knots. Maybe you need to slow down to like 260 or something. So maybe your indicated airspeed is a little bit faster than mine. We'll be in the cockpit a lot as the cabin crew member. Excellent boarding. Yeah, we always need a decent cabin crew member in the back to look after the punters. So yeah, this is crossing into Greek airspace. Yeah, I bought this, for those of you that aren't there this morning, I bought this global ship vessel thing from Orbx last night, which it did actually work when I tried it out, but now I've gone flying, I can't bloody see anything. So I'm not too sure what's happened to it. It's interesting contrails there. I think that was the guy that just left Corfu. So yeah, they're supposed to put like ships and ship traffic all in the water, but it's not really done it. So I don't know what's going wrong. Maybe I haven't set the level of detail to the correct value. Not too sure. Right, well, we got about 6 or 7 minutes. We'll do a check at Vardy, or Beam Vardy. I'm at 262. Okay, well, I'm going faster. Yeah, I'm 272, so I'm about 10 knots faster. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I can't go much faster, unfortunately. It's funny, sort of shaking with a. Yeah, it's a bit odd because there's sort of a texture there which is shaking over the screen, so that shouldn't really be happening. And there as well. Interesting. So how far have we got? An hour and a half. Vardy. Down here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Brindisi, gone through that. We're going into Greek airspace. There we go. Yeah, it's just past Kerikira, Corfu. 2 hours and 53. Yeah, we're well ahead of schedule. So we're doing well for time. MSA I think is going up again. Yeah, there we go. So MSA is now 102 at Germany. And it stays below 10 I think for the rest of the flights. It does. So yeah, a little bit above 10,000 feet for the next little bit. That goes on to about 3 hours and 15 minutes. For another 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, the MSA is going to be probably above 10, which is kind of all this terrain we can see in front of us. I think there's a sea traffic slider in the options. Yeah, there is, Jason. I did adjust it. I'm trying to think if I've turned it off. So I might have to go and look in a minute. But I think it said something on the instruction. I think it said put like leisure traffic to 50, and then the other traffic to anything really greater than 10, which I sort of put it up to like 80 or something. And I can't remember. I don't think I've turned it off. I may have turned it off. Oh, it's a funny view. Not used to that. Look at windows. I mean, maybe it's because I'm so high. If I was to descend, maybe I'll actually see something. In which case, it might be a, I don't know, a draw distance type setting, which maybe I need to increase. So it still takes a little bit of playing with. That is, I think that is, where's that, Pavos? I think that is Pavos just below us. In the Greek mountains. I'm sure this has got a local name for it, I've got no idea what it is. So how's everyone's day going? I think the weather's turning. It's getting a bit worse. I took the dog out this morning for a good run around. Mrs. said take him out earlier today before it starts absolutely tipping it down. I'm like, I can't really do that because I'm landing a bit later. Well, I could. I mean, I could disappear now for an hour, but you know, unfortunately, we know what the sims are like. The sims either guaranteed to crash, or I'll get some technical problem probably come up, and I'll just be nowhere near the sim to sort it out. Right, that's all still good. Just having a quick look through here. I'll tell you what, if in the descent, let's go 0.78. I'll go 0.78 and 290 in the descent, Ryan, so at least I'm a little bit faster than you. We'll sort all this out in a bit. I'm going to go config full to try and get off. Loads of extra time now. So yeah, 50 minutes, looking really well. Was that the right alternate fuel? Don't remember it being that. That should be about 1.2. There you go, about 2.2 CNR, so 44 minutes. Yeah, 44 minutes above the CNR. Secondary, it's nothing really happens with that because we haven't really done anything. Oh, so this is the last stream for this week. I've got another day off tomorrow. Back to work, I think, Sunday. But I'm only working a few days this weekend. So I've barely been doing any work recently. I think I've had so much leave scattered around and days off that I've been over than the rest of it. So I'm working a few days next week. When am I off again? I'm off, yeah, I've got Thursday off, Thursday, Friday. Probably won't do much on the weekends. Yeah, so I've probably got a couple of days off that I can stream. So one thing with me is that I can only sort of do it occasionally. Can't quite do it as much as what Gavin does. Let's have a quick look at the weather. My flights. Arrival. Just look at the alternate first. Where's my pen gone? There it is. ATIS, don't want the ATIS, want the meter. So Larnaca 3609, it was almost 04. I suppose this time of day might still be 04. Well, it usually goes to 22 by the time we get down there. Good viz, thunderstorms, nice. So yeah, CB's around, so Larnaca's not looking great. And we don't have a weather radar, so we'll have to, yeah, tread carefully with that one. What have we got for the arrival? That's a little bit better. That was thunderstorms forecast, but that's not too bad now. So 310 at 10. Which is still runway 29, which is good for us, fairing around. 24 degrees, beautiful. QNH is 1013. So yeah, very nice day down in Paphos. 1013, yeah. .1013, and I can't see that at all. There we go. 1013 is set. You should stream at work. Yeah, yeah, that'd be interesting. I need two joysticks. Yeah, imagine if I grab the wrong one. Go to Flare and I've actually got the joystick that I use for the stream rather than the real aircraft. And it's guaranteed paperwork. They going well. I took my dogs out this morning for an hour. They due another one shortly, probably by Rennie. Yeah, same for me, Sean. It's not looking the nicest weather. it's probably actually a good day to do some streaming in the UK, because it's not very good out there. Well, this is sort of easy, going down to somewhere where it's cabaret, nice day. So cheating a bit, there we go. I wanted to do a longer flight, I wanted to do something that was longer in length, a bit more of a heavier aircraft, had a few more things to think about, and was actually sort of, I don't know, sort of blessed this morning when we took off, because it was LVPs down in Leeds as well, so we had a nice heavy aircraft, that was above max landing weight. We had an engine out procedure that, well, we could do, but we couldn't really get back into Leeds, so we had to sort of nominate somewhere else, which we nominated, if you can see on the FP, we actually had, where is it, there you go, takeoff alternate, so we had Manchester as a takeoff alternate anyway, so we couldn't get back into Leeds if something had gone wrong. So yeah, we had to sort of rejig our brief a little bit, so that was quite an interesting sort of departure. I had a lot to think about. We were a little bit late, about 13 minutes I think it was. I think it was on the hour actually. Was it on the hour? No, 45. Yeah, scheduled to leave at 45 and we pushed at about 58. So we're about 13 minutes behind according to this. And it talks about the delay received. There you go. So 13 minutes. So yeah, we're a little bit late going, but that was just due to the boarding and me just being a little bit slow off the mark. Not much does really. It's been a relatively chilled out day. Chilled out flights. ADC delay. So arrival message. Don't know what that is actually. Oh, that's quite good. You can put fuel that you might need. Interesting. Not that I'm doing the return, I certainly don't have time to do that. Flight minutes. No, don't need to do that. See there is something that we call, we don't have it here. It's called the UE page, and it gives your off blocks time, your takeoff time, your landing time, and your on blocks time, but they don't have that here. Maintenance. Don't need any of that. Failures are still up good. So yeah, so like honestly, is there a document on the FB? Just the brightness. I'm sure I saw something the other day where it's like add documents. I can't remember where it is now. Some settings. Is it in here? Documents. Ah, this might be it. Checklist that we don't use because we use a different checklist. Has it got delays? I've never actually read any of this. So. Departure time. Aircraft translates. You can find a list of appropriate codes on the home screen of the FB by selecting delay allocation card. Okay. Oh, there we go. That one. Yeah, see, I never even knew that. Shows how much I've been looking at it. Do you think I will get better FPS if I'm buying more RAM? Because right now my FPS is quite bad because I have 8 gigs of RAM and I have close to you. Just have Theodore. I don't know. I mean, I've done a couple of things. Maybe I'm being quite generous. Like Gav's been quite generous. I bought some new RAM on the advice of Dark Fury, who he knows he's our MOC. And to be fair, that didn't really improve things at all that I'm aware of. I mean, it probably did improve things, but not that visually I saw. But what really did improve is we got an SSD, because I originally had a hard drive, and I had an SSD upgraded. So the sim and Windows is now on the SSD, and that has been light and day difference. So that really has helped having an SSD. So if you've got a hard drive, you know, the old mechanical HDD, that may well be why you're having problems. So if that's the case, look to get an SSD. If you have got an SSD and you still have problems, then I'm not too sure. To be fair, I'm not too sure I can help. Get on the Discord, get on Gav's Discord, and you know, ask for a little bit of technical advice, and I'm sure there'll be some people that'll be able to give it to you. But I don't know about the graphics card. Again, I'm not really. You got an SSD? Okay, you do have an SSD. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, because this graphics card's what's a 1660, I think it is. So, you know, probably not the highest end graphics card, but you know, it works. It works fine for what I'm using it for. I don't really see any need to go and spend a lot of money. Who's that? Tax. Must butter. Minus 197 on touchdown. Anything less will induce ridicule. Brilliant. See, how has he done that? I don't even know how he's done that. Well, there we go. Challenge accepted. Minus 197. That's what we've got to do better for. Well, the thing is, I mean, I can put a caveat with this because I'm not actually trying to aim for a greaser because I'm, you know, kind of want to get off at the intersection. So, you know, if it's a little bit of a hard landing, yeah, so be it. I'm going to use max order, medium order brake for that, and full reverse. Yeah, if you've got an SSD, yeah, I'm not too sure. Dark is probably one of the best people that I know of. Let me say that improve as they're from. Yeah, I mean, it might do. It might definitely work a little bit better, but yeah, again, I don't know. I'm afraid I can't really answer that. The SSD is what changed it for me. That really helps, and I'm sure the RAM is helping. So I do have to change the speed. We'll double check that because we think that the speed may be slightly different. I mean, what was the delays? Startup delay, departure runway, no. Loading error, no. Late move was, so it wasn't really any of this. Incorrect departure to new routes, fueling. No, not really. So there was no. It was just me. It's LVPs as well. I mean, you know, this is only a very small selection. In real life, we've got about 90 delay codes, of which low visibility procedures will be one of them. And there'll be things like slow board and the rest of it. So it's not quite as extensive as what we get in real life, but put it down as other, couldn't we? I suppose. Even reply to that. It's in here somewhere, isn't it? AOC. Play. Other. I'd put 10 minutes. And LVPs, wonder if that takes that. LVP. Yeah, okay. Minute slow. And if you can go on the next page, optional free test, slow boarding. I don't know what this does at all, but similar to what we do in real life. No, hang on. What are you doing? 003. Oh, no. That's the right button, you dumbass. Ah, come on. Peace. Force. There we go. 10 minutes down to the slow boarding. 3 minutes to the LVPs. Don't know what it's done, but there we go. Somebody's interested in that detail. Right, nearly near Athens again. I haven't got the Athens scenery in because I forgot to put all the scenery in for the routes. Who else is messaging me? Received, yeah, fine, good. So we can see Athens quite clearly. This was our en route alternate as well. So this is we had to nominate an en route alternate because of the 3% contingency. It's one of the rules with 3% contingency. If you select to use it, which we did, so then you have to basically nominate an en route alternate. We nominated Athens as that. So it's pretty clear to see that I think Athens weather is fine, and Paphos weather is still fine as well. So there's no problems in just committing and continuing on to Larnaca. We got loads of fuel anyway, so there's no problems. That's just sort of a legal, regulatory thing we've done. A bit of compliance. So look at Athens. So Athens 0107, so 01 in use through 19 degrees 1023, so yeah, it's just lovely. Where else are we going past? Almost looks like our contrail there, it's like a dart line. There's the routes. It's probably the better one. So Athens, maybe Kos would be a good one. Kos, Rhodes, Dalaman. Yeah, maybe those would be decent weathers. LG, KO, I think Kos is. Didn't really get any weathers down Italy, but they're all fine. Kos is fine, KWK, no problems there. LG, RB. Roads. Roads is KWK, so we know it's all good down there as well. And I'm sure Dalaman, because that's just down the road. What's that? LTBS. Dalaman, 240 at 10, so probably 19 at the minute, so it'd be the RMP approach through the valley. 25 degrees, no signal mark. Runway 9220 at 10, yeah. 1CU, I don't even know what that means. But yeah, runway 19 be in use. So quick look at the TAF, MCPH. Get that too as well. Just had a game crash, can't believe it, first time. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry to hear that. That's devastating. I feel your pain. I've had so many issues. Not so much game crashes. Well, I've had a few game crashes, but obviously those who've been watching me for the last few months know the trials and tribulations I've had with this PC, which I think we finally sort of managed to get it working. So yeah, Paphos is good. TAF between midday today, midday tomorrow, 290 at 12 all the night. Good. So what's that? Prop 30. Oh, there we go. A bit further down. Prop 30 tempo between 12 and 4. UTC CBs. It's only prop 30 though, so unlikely to happen. Again, prop 30, 5,000 meters, rain showers, thunderstorms. So we can kind of disregard that because it's sort of transient. You know, visibility you've got to kind of pay attention to, but it's fine because it's still above Cat 1. But sort of thunderstorms we can kind of disregard legally, but yeah, you should never really be disregarding thunderstorms. I'm guessing that means I can sort of go back to my normal cruise speed, does it? Right. I guess you're not there anymore. Right, there's Athens, somebody's down there by the looks of it. Because still can't see any bloody ships. So I need to go and have a look at this. I'm sure they're there. I'm sure they're going to send us. I was just expecting this ship package. I was expecting to see ships all over the place, and then their little wakes, etc. I haven't seen anything. So Bit disappointed, but that's probably just me not set it up. That might be one down there, is it? You sort of see things flashing. Yeah, I mean that might be a ship, you never know. Something's moving very slowly. Yeah, there's obviously a little ship down there. But I was hoping to see, you know, big ships and, you know, like you do in real life, you just see these, you know, dots everywhere really. You see the wakes. We'll be back soon. No worries, yeah. Keep me posted how you get on. So sun's starting to set, so it's going to be a sort of, yeah, I mean, the sun might have set by the time we get down there, so it might be a sort of a night arrival as well. That might be quite interesting. So just sun would just be setting. What time is it set? Where's my weather app? Has the weather in Leeds got any better? No, no, still 1,400 metres in mist. Overcast at 300. Yeah, Leeds has been crap all day, isn't it? Not a great place to go to. Well, good fun. An interesting place to go to. Probably one of those places that is sort of sadly neglected, I'd imagine, in the simulator fraternity. Probably not many people go there. Right, it is 1808, 1834. And what are we? 2 hours on top of UTC. 3 hours. So what's that? 3 hours on top of this. So 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so we're going to be landing pretty much exactly as the sun's setting, according to this. What's the scheduled arrival time? Not that we're going back. So yeah, we were a little bit late, so some 15, 20 minutes behind. Wasn't that Nelson or Hardy that has said, I see no ships? Yeah, quite possibly. Alright, how's the little doggy in the back doing? You think 15 degrees? Yeah, he's probably okay. So yeah, as a dispatcher remarked, we had 800 kilograms of magazines loaded as cargo, and then one dog. So a dog phone in the back with a load of magazines, probably the Sun. And what's the popular sort of magazine that the women love to read? I don't know. Hello, is it? I can't remember. Catch up on their latest celebrity news, no doubt. Right, what's this? MK, so Mykonos is just on the nose, so that should just be over there. So again, Mykonos not really an ideal sort of divert. I'd probably go back to Athens in this case because captains only. You need to be trained as well. So I don't go to Mykonos, unfortunately. But yeah, you need to be trained to do that. And then equally we've got Santorini just on the right as well. So another captains only. Then we got Kos, which is a bit easier to get to. Then we're starting to get Turkey up here with, I think it's Izmir, Bodrum. So all these destinations, they're slowly going to start winding down now for the summer. We sort of do a lot of these during the summer, especially on the 321s. Do a lot of the Greek islands. But yeah, during the summer, sort of end of October, all the sort of schedules start slowing down, and the Greek islands become quite quiet over winter. Which is a shame, really, because I think there'd still be a bit of a market to go down there. Cyprus sort of stays open. I think Cyprus, maybe Heraklion, that might stay open. So may do one or two, but a lot of these sort of Mykonos and Santorinis, you know, they get very, very quiet. So very seasonal type of destinations. Not a bad screenshot, is it? Did we do a fuel check then? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah, we did do a fuel check. So, top of drop still not there, but there we go. This is the boundary for Athena and Turkish airspace up here in Nicosia. Do some magic and trickery back on the same flight level, of course. 15 miles behind you. Oh, well done. Right, I'll speed up again then, Ryan, if you... There you go. I'll go back to 80. Fair play. Oh yeah, there you are, I see it. Good. Oh, it's good that you managed to do that so quickly. I'm not even... Can you do that in the Phoenix? I don't know. I suppose you could. You probably have to faff around a little bit, but I'm sure you can do it. Right, that's looking good. Quick another check on the system SD pages. Periodically go through these. That's all good. I'd expect the engine oil quantity to decrease a little bit. I mean, these are quite high values, to be honest. The minimum amount of engine oil you need is, for a CEO, I think it's 10.4 quarts. I can't remember. I'd have to look at the OMB SOPs. But you need 10, and you know we usually get about sort of 15, 16, 17 quarts of oil on most aircraft. Like 19 or 20, that's quite high. I never really see it that high. I mean, that's, you know, absolutely full to the brim. So yeah, it'd be nice if these were a little bit lower. Sort of 15, 16, and of course they burn about half a quart an hour on paper. I mean, they don't often burn that much, but you know, you got to make sure you've got enough oil to sort of get there and back effectively. So yeah, about half a quart an hour sort of oil burn, and probably a bit less than that in reality, but you know, that's on the paper. So yeah, it'd be better if these were a little bit lower. Leeds, again, everything's working normally. You know, all the packs, temperatures, they're all good. Pressures, all looking fine. Cruise altitude, cabin, 7,000 feet, again pretty normal for this sort of heights. Differential pressure's fine. Outflow valves ever slightly ajar, just maintaining the pressure. Electric plates are all good. Gen 1 and 2. So again, this is one of the aircraft where if we lost AC bus 1, AC essential bus wouldn't automatically power. And there's a little, where is it? Get it? So this is like an older aircraft which wouldn't have it. So you've got AC essential bus here. So if AC bus 1 lost power because we had an engine failure or generator 1 failed, we'd have to press the AC essential bus and there'd be a fault light that would come on. You can see it. So this fault light here would illuminate, and it would basically say, hey mate, you know, AC essential bus isn't powered, and you have to manually press that so that then the generator 2 and AC bus 2 then powers AC essential bus. So I've set it up on this aircraft that if we lost AC bus 1 for whatever reason, this would automatically get powered and it would come up with a crap load of ECAM stuff. So yeah, that's one of the options I've got, just because this is generally an older aircraft. So yeah, it's all fine for now, but that's kind of what we'd have to do. Hydraulics again, all pretty good. Look after themselves. A little bit of extra fuel in the sand stack, it's just not quite been scavenged. But the rest of it, you know, bang on, you know, perfect sort of fuel balancing. So even we did 2 engine starts, I mean, temperatures are quite cold, but yeah, I'd probably expect a tiny little bit less than number 1 because we started 1 first. Of course, we had the AP one as well. I suppose the AP was coming from the sensor tank. Well, I suppose actually no, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because the sensor tank was effectively starting the engines, and then as soon as the engines had started, then it was just, yes, that would actually make perfect sense, to be fair. So that's right. AP is good. Conditioning, so yeah, nice and mild in the back. Nice warm temperature for the doggy. Doors are good, wheels are good. Flight controls, again, no abnormal indications on the flight controls. Oh, keep pressing that. So still in a very good shape. There's Mykonos somewhere. There it is. There's Mykonos down there. So yeah, full of rich people and extortionately expensive restaurants, so I read. There was some articles, wasn't there, this year of people spending, or people being charged whether they spent it, you know, €400 for, you know, a few glasses of bloody wine and, I don't know, a bread starter or something. I mean, I can't believe people are quite that stupid personally, but there obviously are people out there that have somehow suffered these issues. And then Santorini is off on the right. Might be able to see it. Santorini, oh, you can't really see it, it's over there. You can see the old caldera of the old ancient volcano that blew up. So Santorini is down here somewhere. And all these other islands, no idea what they are. There's probably a couple of runways in some of them, but not anywhere that you probably want to go to. There's a tiny little one down there. Proper little regional flying for the Greek airlines, I'd imagine. Yeah, one there. Not much else. Almost as bad as those 5 grand steaks of gold dust. That's my comment. Yeah, I've never had one. I must admit, it did get some. He certainly milked that, didn't he? I don't quite understand why people were so fascinated with him. I mean, I'm sure his food might have been very, very nice, but he was just seasoning some meat at the end of the day. Right, should we see if we can set up for a visual approach? Let's go in that. Let's copy this. So the full arrival's in, but what I might do is try and do a visual, because visual's actually quite good fun, as long as there's nobody down there. I mean, that's the only problem. If there's departure traffic, it might get in the way. So there's nobody to pass in at the minute, that's going to be good for us. So let's work this out. So we're going to do a visual circuit. And where do we need to be? So about 50 feet elevation, say that's just rounded up to 100. So a 1600 foot circuit, we'll be sort of a beam about 2.5 miles, and then we'll time it, plus or minus any wind, and then we'll just turn visual inbound for the runway. What's the landing distance? Won't be an issue, of course. Paphos, LCPH. 29, it's going to be dry weather, that's the weather at the minute, good. How heavy we're going to be, probably not that heavy. 50, so around 59 tons, 63, let's go 64 just in case, because this has got the full arrival, so yeah, 64 tons. Medium water brake, max reverse. That's what I'm planning to platform. Yeah, so landing distance isn't going to be a problem at all. 1400 meters, it thinks 1500 meters. So if we can, we'll try and get off at Mike, and then we'll just taxi into the sort of stands. Most airlines usually park down here, so sort of taxi in Hotel Mike, and then come in and park on 4 Alpha, 5 Alpha, 5, any one of these. Yeah, insane capitalism. Yeah. Well, not anymore though, Al, because I mean it's a recession. You know, cost of living increase and everything else. So I've got a funny feeling people won't be spending a lot of money on food like that in the future. Right, so I want to do this. So I want to create a downwind leg. So let's just go arrival. Change runway. 29, insert, and that should only go down to top owl. Dasney, there should be top owl still in there. I'm just going to put that in. I'm going to leave that. Right, I need to create a waypoint called downwind. And that's going to be LCPH 29, and what's 90 degrees off 29. So a bit of mental arithmetic comes in. 285, so 90 off that is what's 195. I think that's right. Yeah, 195. Let's go 3 miles. That gives us. Let's actually probably do 2.5. I'm sure we can do that. There we go, 2.5 miles. Store that. Don't know why that's suddenly become all funny. Downwinds. Why is my waypoint not going in? Did it not save? It's there. Why are you being awkward? This is where the FMGC just isn't quite working how it should. I should be able to put my waypoint in there, but it's not letting me for some reason. I don't quite know why. Is there a specific point where you would activate the approach phase, or does it depend on the airport? Sean, generally by about 10,000 feet, that's when you want it done by. So yeah, you really want it done by then. I mean, it should automatically do it anyway. Once you get to a certain point, certainly if you just stay on the sort of managed lateral sort of path. But yeah, you sort of by 10,000 feet and sort of selected speed. So I'm usually sort of selected speed 250 knots by 10,000 feet. So I've usually sort of activated it by then. So yeah, not really any hard and fast rule, but that's kind of what I do. Right, let's just have a quick look at this because this is just being a bit of an arsehole. That's so where's that going? A really weird arrival. That's neat. 2 pallet. I think I've put the wrong one in. That's right. It's not 2 pallet. It's 2 barrel. Yeah, that helps, doesn't it? Put the right one in. That looks better. That would explain why there was a strange fuel prediction. So that should sort itself out. I'll go from amber in a minute. Hey Lemon, how you doing? I wonder if this works now. Downwinds. No, it still doesn't do it. Okay, that's fine. It's a fix. So we'll just do that on the. We can do that on the nav display. Let's do any of that. Paphos, we'll need that. Let's have that hard tuned. Alright, loads of extra fuel. Yeah, I don't know why that's still amber. This shouldn't be amber. CNR's 2.2 and we're landed with 4.1. So we've got an extra 2 tons. So yeah, that's just got a bit haywire there. Doesn't like it for whatever reason. Has it got the arrival into... No, there's nothing in the flight path for the alternate, that's fine. Don't really want it. Secondary, we've got the full arrival in there, just in case we do it. Yep. Fine, okay. So come off that. So yeah, basically what we'd try and do, we'll try and get a visual approach out of this because it just sort of saves a bit of time, means I can get out ever so slightly quicker. And the plan would be to sort of basically get a beam the threshold at about 1,600 feet, Barrow, which is about 1,500 feet above the airfield. Probably about 180 knots, and yeah, maybe flat 2 just to keep us sort of slow down. Then go outbound for about 45 seconds, plus or minus any wind correction. And then after the sort of 45 seconds, plus or minus the wind, we'd turn left inbound to the runway. We can hard tune, might need to hard tune that anyway, just so we got it and we can back that up. What is the ILS? There's IPA 1089. IPA 1089, that's the one. 285, so we'll have the ILS hard tuned as well, just as a backup, just so we've got some indications, just to make sure we are on the centre line and the glide slope. But that should work pretty well as long as we did the descent management. So we're going to probably have to work this out ourselves. We've got Paphos hard tuned, which will be identified when it comes into range. We're at 35,000 feet, so 3 times 35 is what, that's 105. So we need to start descending about 105 miles away, not much of a tailwind, to sort of get down to that sort of 1,500 foot downwind sort of altitude. Obviously, if there's other aircraft around or departures, we might have to adjust that as necessary. If we're a little bit high at the downwinds, that's fine, as long as we descend, we can still manage it. So not far away from Rhodes now. Rhodes is coming up. Rhodes is a lovely place to go to, for those of you that haven't been there. The sun's really starting to get a little bit lower now as well. So yeah, that'll be setting. That'll be a bit of a threat because the sun will be in our eyes, potentially on the approach. So maybe a little bit blinded by the sun on the approach. Yeah, there's Rhodes. I'm sure there's scenery for Rhodes. I haven't actually been there yet. Yeah, it's annoying that I can't get that waypoint in. So this is where there's a slight bug with Phoenix and the FMGC. I should just be able to put that waypoint, and it should just put it in because I've created a waypoint, which is in there. Downwind. So this should just be I should just be able to insert this into the flight plan like any other waypoint, but it's not letting me do that for some reason, so I'm not too sure why. But there we go. It is what it is. Just have to manage it. Perf. So yeah, what was it? 1013. 24 degrees. And so it's not a circling approach we're doing. I don't know why I press that. Still just a visual, so sort of minimum still applied, 230 feet. RVR is 550 metres, which is fine, we'll have that. I'll say 230. Right, I'm just going to disappear off air for a minute, guys, just while we go over the top of the road. Just going to double check the dog, make sure everything's alright downstairs. I'll be back in a minute, so yeah, let's speak to you in a sec. Right, I'm back. Yeah, looks okay. Everything's good downstairs. It's a long one, Andy. So this is what we do in the real life. You know, nice long flights this, but then we've got to go back again as well. So, you know, long days at work. Depending on how you get paid, it can be quite lucrative doing the longer ones. Without running errands, painting a room. Yeah, I've not done too much. Caught up with a few little things here and there. So yeah, I definitely think that sun might be set by the time we get in. So the other thing as well, if we're going to do a visual approach, puppies have to work. If we're doing any sort of night visual flying at all, puppies have to be working for that, which we looked in the note times earlier. I don't remember seeing anything there. So high voltage power lines, so again they should really affect us. The runway declared distances, some Taurus again, that's going to affect us. And so there we go, parallel taxiway Bravo situated north of the runway. Maybe mistaken for the runway, well it shouldn't be really. Somebody else landed on it before, but we should have lights on hopefully by the time we get down there. So again, the pilots are advised to confirm their correct lateral alignment with the runway and conditions of restricted visibility of other available means on board, so basically using the ILS. SIDS we're not doing, and the ILS runway 29 is on test due to calibration. Do not use false indications possible. So okay, well there we go, the ILS potentially, well I'll turn it on and then if it looks false then we can disregard it, but yeah, potentially it's sort of saying don't use it, but as we might be doing a visual approach I will leave it on just in case it seems to be working. We can use it for the situational awareness. In terms of the actual company brief, is there anything in here? Probably Paphos. Make sure I haven't missed anything. It's Cat B just due to terrain. It's high ground that extends to the north. Yeah, towards that, and it's circling to the south over the sea. GPS jamming reports in cruise. So yeah, due to the Syrian conflicts down here, a lot of Russian boats and American aircraft and the rest of it. There's been a lot of sort of GPS jamming going on. So you know you can get ADS-C or ADS-B ECAM alerts pop up. And equally, when you look at the GPS monitor, one of the GPSs can disappear. So yeah, GPS jamming is always potential, certainly in the real life. Northern parallel taxiway can be mistaken for the runway, so increased risk of runway incursions as taxiing to and from the airport usually involves crossing the active runway. So yeah, this is the northern taxiway. Disused aerodrome 2.5 miles to the northwest, won't be using that. No bird control, so maybe birds around, hopefully not this time of night. We're not routing through Turkish airspace. So there we go, that's the possible ECAMs. We can get GPS fault ADS-B repeating, nav accuracy downgrades potentially. And because this can cause erroneous or false EGPWS terrain warning alerts. They must be obeyed though unless basically we're visual, which we should be. Area radars provided by Nicosia. Be prepared for the procedural approach, that's in the secondary, so you might do runway lighting such that it gives an impression of landing into a black hole. I'm not visual. I'm not doing that. So yeah, a few things to think about. Prefer longer ones actually where you can put your feet up a bit. I generally prefer the long ones, Mark. I don't really like the shorter ones. It's too much work, you know, you're constantly going up and down all the time. So where's the RNAV visual, which we're not doing. I don't even think it's in here, to be honest. Oh no, there it is. Talk about RNAV visual. Yeah, so we're not doing this. This is the RNAV visual part, but we're not doing that. So MSA, yeah, 8,000, 9,000 to the north. It's all fine, 4,000 to the south, that's okay. And yeah, Bravo, this is this northern taxiway, which can be confused. my back needs to click. Serious silly question: if the pilot has bad case sickness and needs number 2, is there a set time limit he or she is out? No, not really. No, if you need to go, you need to go. You know, try and not do it at a critical stage of flights where you know, on approach to landing. But check approach cell. What do you mean check approach cell? Hello mate, you're right. Don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe because I haven't got an approach in here. This has just got the runway in rather than actually any sort of actual sort of instrument approach. Oh, vertical speed. It's going a bit haywire. Yeah, there's not really a sort of time frame. You'd be surprised though, actually, when you start getting busy, certainly on the last stages of approach. It's amazing how you start ignoring bodily functions. So yeah, this might be actually quite dark when we land there. Oh, there's a boat. Is that a boat? There's two boats nearly hit each other. That's the first 2 boats I've seen in about 4 hours. Yeah, there's 20 quid I spent on this. Probably not worth it. It certainly doesn't seem to be working very well. Some container ship. Yeah, it's. I mean, you know, the thing is, if you're that bad, I mean, Imodium is, you know, a good thing. You know, make sure you've got Imodium with you. If you've got to go to the toilet, you've got to go to the toilet. You know, the real question is, are you fit to fly or are you fit to operate? You know, whilst you're in the air, it depends when it happens. If you're just starting the approach, then you know, you probably get on the ground. But you know, if it happens after departure, you know, there's a chance that you may not be fit to operate anymore, and it might be sort of, you know, technically a pilot incapacitation, which may require, you know, you return to base, go somewhere else. So yeah, it does kind of depend on the severity of it, you know. I think we've all had the odd day. I think every pilot would agree they've had the odd day where it's been a bit nasty. But you know, most of the times we can get on with it. I've got a pretty good constitution anyway for food, but yeah, there's always the odd day that comes up. Right, so finally on the way there. So top of drop is 10 miles away, so last little brief. The weather is fine, the aircraft's good, no terms, nothing to affect us, apart from the ILS, but we can sort of hopefully rely on access to sim. Threats, we've talked about the terrain. 9,000 to the north, 4,000 to the south. We will try and aim to do a procedural, visual approach, but the procedural approach from tow bow is effectively tow bow ignoring this bit here. Tow bow 1 Papa and down on the DME arc to pick up the ILS there. So in fact, if the ILS isn't working, I suppose technically we shouldn't be doing that either, so maybe it should be the RNAV approach. So let's get rid of that one. RMP runway 29. Yeah, it should be that one technically, if the ILS is supposedly not working. So let's just change that in the box. In the secondary, enter destination. I've done that, have I not? Have I not done that? It's there. What do you need to know? I've already done it. Stupid thing. Stupid boy. So let's just change this to RMP. RNAV. Oh, it is in there. Yeah, I've done that. I've already done it. Via Toba. Good. Right, so the RMP approach is in there, which is fine. Yeah, we monitor this. We'll start going down once we're about sort of 100 miles away, descend into sort of circuit altitude, and the visual approach, as we said, the plan is to basically be to the south of the airfield, 1,500 feet or 1,600 feet on the barrow, 45 seconds, and then we'll just make a left-hand turn and visually land on the runway. Try and get off at hotel if we can. If not, it's a wide enough runway, 45 metres, so we can turn around on the runway, just backtrack and come off our hotel, just being aware there's obviously people behind us. And then in via Mike, Kilo, and probably one of these stands here. It's relatively straightforward configuration, yeah. We say about sort of flap 1 as we're sort of approaching the airfields, 180 knots, flap 2 down there, and then as we come down here, gear down, flap 3 and flap 4 as we start the base turn. Don't think there's much else to say. That's in, radnavs are done, got the ILS just in case we need it. There's the runway situational awareness as well. So we managed in the descent, I've increased the speed just because the guys right behind us. Minimums, weather, config full, fuel, we got loads of it. Secondary is the ILAV approach. And that's done. So, where have we changed frequencies? I thought it was being very quiet. Maybe I've pressed it. There we go. It doesn't matter. Nobody's been around. Yeah. It's above my head, but love it. No worries, Will. Just keep watching, and you may get it eventually. It's me just waffling and just talking a load of crap, which is what I usually do. Oh, there's another boat. There we go. There's 3 boats I've seen. The boats have suddenly decided to come out and play. Right, so in terms of height constraints, 4,000 is the minimum at Tobal, 4,000 all the way down, and what the hell was that? SV Pilot, somebody's doing an event, are they? Yeah. There's a CPT beginning now at, where's that? Mallorca, okay. There's something going on in Mallorca, interesting. Looks like Egyptian control might be online. Not going that far. So yeah, 4,000 is safe. And actually thinks about 6,000 on that arrival. We're not doing that arrival. But we're just going to eyeball this one anyway. Yeah, Egyptian control. Don't see them very often. Starting to get a little bit dim. Floodlights up a little bit. So 4 hours and 8 minutes block time so far. Stop. On dim. Be nice if I could reset my view to this. If this could be my default view. I think this is sort of the perfect default view. It's a shame I can't really set that. So I press what? Control Alt F, would that reset it? No, it's just F, isn't it? You just have to press F to go back to the default view. Right, how far away are you? Right, you're still only 50 miles, yeah, okay. This is where Drew Yar would start giving him his PA. We're nearly there, folks. God, those windows need a clean, don't they? They're disgusting. Who's been putting their fingers on them? Right, shall we go down? We say 6,000, that's fine. There's loads of track miles between that to sort of descend. Going back to manage speed. Right, descent, and it is a altitude, so we can go QNH as well. So QNH 1013 is cross-checked, 6,000 blue, and that's for our descent, 6,000. I don't want to accelerate too much to the top of the magenta bar, so it's open descent, just until we catch up the profile. I'm just looking at Instagram and not paying any attention to what I'm doing. So yeah, it's starting to get really dark now. Sun's setting. Do a quick call. I like a traffic cone, I like 7506 is descending to 6,000 feet to direct tow bell, and then we'll do the visual approach runway 29. Right, turn terrain on, because I think the weather's fine. There was CB's forecast, but actually, because like Prop 30 doesn't actually look like there's much there at all. Any more boats? No, just marks on the windscreen. Right, it says Paphos VOR, so yeah, 80 miles away, so we're just under 30, so we want to be about 90 miles really. So probably a little bit high for this, so I'm going to go selected speed, start increasing it if we want to get down to that sort of platform altitude, or was it 1,500 feet visual circuit altitude when we sort of get going down. yeah, that's what I don't think I did the same. I did sort of touch on medium order brake, and it's going to be full reverse as well. That's what we're using, so we can try and get off at hotel. So it may not be the smoothest touchdown. I'm not aiming for a grease. I'm just aiming to get it down in the sort of right place. But that's the important thing. As long as we sort of get it down at the right place and get off at hotel, we should be good. Brake fans. We don't have brake fans. The brake temperatures may get a little bit hot, but we're not going anywhere. So after this, how's the weather? Still pretty crap out there. Yeah, might be able to take the dog for a walk after this. When is the time? 4 o'clock, 4:15, and is it about past? Yeah. What is the display above the Mac 2 if I ask? This one, it's the DCDU, which is the, I think it says Data Link Communications Display Unit, something like that. I can't remember the exact name for it. But yeah, it's if you're on CPDLC, you can send messages. You have to type the messages in the Mac 2, but they sort of come up here, and then you've got buttons to send and receive, and you get like a text going, change the frequency, etc. So yeah, it's not, we're not using it at the minute because we don't have any CPDLC. We're not logged onto anybody. But yeah, that's what that would be used for if we were using it. So there's the runway. After Toba, I'm just going to take a radar vector and just go off to the south, aim towards, there's my little downwind point, so aim towards that, get to about 1,500 feet. 1,600 feet on the Barrow. Let's strap them in. It's lovely, lovely colours and views today. Oh, there we go, that's very pretty, isn't it? Yep, sun is setting, definitely going to be dark by the time we land. And there's Cyprus, and Paphos will be over here. That's probably Paphos there. Right, we strap them in, so let's do the approach checks. And Barrow FQNH is 1013, I'll double check that in a minute. Seatbelts are on, minimum is Barrow 230 feet set. Water brake is medium, and the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. Let's go on lights. Let's double check that weather. Right, it's 3108 now. 23 degrees. 1014. 1014. And we say 3108. Good. Missed approach, didn't really brief that. Let's turn this down a bit. It's a bit bright. Worth just mentioning is off to the south, yeah, straight ahead, and then down to Azeri. We'll hold there. 4,000, I think it is. We'll climb to 2,000. Okay. Hey Captain Shaquille, how you doing? Watching live from American Airlines break from Charlotte. Nice. Some international viewers. I do want to do an American stream one day. I will get over there. I was going to do that this week. So we've got 38 miles, so yeah, we want to be 10,000 feet for about 30 miles, got to slow down as well, got a little bit of a tailwind, so we're looking pretty good. And after tow bar, we're just going to delete this, basically, can we do this actually? Get rid of the discontinuity. That's what I want the discontinuity after tow belt. So there we go, that's what we want. And then we're sort of going to track after that. So getting into 10,000 feet, let's start slowing it down. 250 knots. That's going to be a nice little sort of evening visual, just about visual and still daytime. Well, hopefully this doesn't take very long, Shaquille, so if you can see it on your break, if you haven't got to go back to work. Right, I'll have the ILS on again just to back up IPA that's been identified. We'll do this in track FPA, that's the other thing I haven't said. What's the inbound course? So 105 is downwind, 285 is the one-way QDM. Alright, last minute check, just make sure there's nobody departing, because otherwise we're going to get in the way of people. Nope. Good, doesn't look like it. Alright, so I'm happy to continue it down to 4,000. So it's 4,000 blue. And let's go heading. So we've got 20 miles, so yeah, maybe a little bit high. I think that's going to come on. There's the runway. And let's just start turning this just to go ever so slightly ahead of the downwind leg. Alright, bridge phase is activated. Clear direct terminal, that's it, yeah. Just after 4.5 hours flying, someone game crashes, I'll be veering off the runway land. Just don't crash into me, Ryan, you'll be fine. Right, so a little bit of a haze here, but I'm visual of the ground, I'm visual of everything on the left. So I'm happy with that, happy with terrain clearance, nowhere below the MSAs. But that's fine, so let's start looking at going 1,600 feet. So we'll start eyeballing it. Of course we want to be flap 2 below before we get to 2,000 anyway, so it's going to have to be flap 2 on the downwind leg. So that's looking reasonably good. Got the scent arrow there, so let's just go VS. Just got to slow down now. And Paphos traffic, Monarch 7506, we're visual of the runway, and we're self-positioning for the left-hand downwind for the visual approach for runway 29. Still on, yep, still on Unicom. Before talking to somebody that nobody cares. Yeah, interesting bit of haze. Any boats? Still can't see any boats. There's Ryan, he's behind us. Alright, how far we got? So about 50 miles till we need to start. It's 10 miles till we need to start going downwind. Put that on nav. Still visual of the airfield, of course I have to remain visual of the airport as well. Having to be watching Dark Fury too much. In a habit of doing direct to terminals, yeah. I'll shut off that rated descent a bit. And start slowing down. Manage speed. So visual approach, you want to be about 2.5 miles of beam, which is basically inside this inside ring here. We want the sort of runway roughly going, sort of intersecting that line. It's got track FP8, and the outbound is 085. So, flat 1, speed checks, flat 1. .180 selected. Again, doesn't matter if we're not exactly 1600 feet, it's for 1,000 to go. It's only an approximate. Start turning in a bit. It was actually a bit more misty than I thought. Alright, flap 2, speed checks, flaps 2, 085. Sorry, that's not 085, is it? 29, sorry, 105. Right, so we've got about, what's that, 9 knots, so it's going to be about 36 seconds timing. A lot easier than I was thinking. I was expecting this to be quite nice. Have you been here? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've been here quite a few times. Ashkill. Many times, in fact. Right, outstart. So, just waiting for the threshold. It's about there. So that's the threshold, so we're on about 36 seconds now on this downwind leg. It's all coded. Turn. Autopilot's off. Flight director's off. Auto thrust speed. And 295 is the inbound QDM. It's 36 seconds. We start turning in. Manage the speed, get out, try not to climb, and like traffic, Monarch 7506 is turning final runway 29. Right, so we're on. So now we're just picking up the Paphos, flaps 3 and flaps 4. And only check this cabin is secure for landing. Going altitude is 2000. Set and eco memo is landing no blues. So there's a glide slope. There's the runway. Keep the turn coming round. Yes, copied. It's just the auto thrust being a bit funny. Yeah, it's checked. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. Okay, it looks like 2 reds, 2 whites. Oh, it's a bit reactive. It's 285, isn't it? So visual. It's for 1,000. Don't know where the edge lights have gone. Can't see any runway edge lights. Should be there. Stable. Yeah, very weird textures. I've got blue runway edge lights. That's definitely not right. And get a bit high as well. This isn't going to help.
Minimum 100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Alright, it's max reverse. Spoilers. And reverse green. Decel. 70 knots. Manual brakes. And off at hotel. Yeah, it's definitely the wrong colours. So we don't have blue runway edge lights. Never mind. The rest of it looks pretty good. Atlantic traffic, Monarch 7506 runway vacated. Taxi into the stands. Alright, that's done. That's done. That's done. No idea what the landing rate was on that. Didn't really matter too much. I will show you the scenery. I'll do it in like daylight and once the stream's done. Get straights here first. So what we got? Strobes can come off. I need a bit more light really. There we go. People that know me about my night vision. Alright, that's coming off. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. And I think that's done. Right, so in terms of parking, it's going to be quite straightforward. Just park on one of these. Doesn't matter. I don't know, 5 alpha. Any one of these will be fine. 176. Oh, that's not bad actually. That's pretty good. It's a bit better than I thought. A little bit high in the ends, but yeah. Alright, come on, start. Done all those. Turn that back off now. Not sure if Ryan's using voice. I think he's over there. I think he's about to come in. He's not far. I might just sit and watch. Grease mode. I have to send in some counter abuse for A cars. Yeah. Well, I told him, you know, there's no guarantees with my landing because you know, I'm basically trying to get it down to get off at that runway. So, right, come on then, Ryan. Let's see what you got. That's a little bit weird, isn't it? No pressure, Ryan. I wonder if I need to... Well, I don't think there's any scenery for Microsoft Flight Sim. I wonder if I have to deactivate something. Needs to be a bit lighter, really. It's a bit hard to see in this sort of light. The pressure's on, Ryan. She just adjusts the lighting so we actually see it. I'll go back to real time to park.
Traffic speed at TT1 is on a 5-mile final.
Yeah, I'll zoom out a little bit as well, so you don't have to be touching down at the aim point. I probably could have parked in this time. I didn't realise you were 5 miles away. So you'll be down in a second. What's the time? Half 4. Good. That's pretty much as I predicted. So go and walk the dog in a minute. It doesn't actually look too bad out there. I think maybe a little bit rainy. Be good enough. We can manage that. Could hear the nervousness. Yeah. It was the slight quiver in the voice, wasn't it? You've got loads of runway, Ryan. You'll be fine. Don't have to be pretty. I just can't believe how misty it was. I wasn't expecting to be that misty. Wouldn't normally be doing a visual approach in that sort of conditions. Generally needs to be a little bit nicer than that. Just, I think the sim's just overcompensating maybe, but. Oh, it's looking good. Looking very good. Oh, textbook, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Can't fault that one. Right, let's put it back to where it was time-wise. So at least I park up properly. Now, you missed the intersection, but never mind. You can turn around the runway, you're fine. Right, let's see if we can park. Very nice, yeah. So if any stand over here, it'd normally be marshals and stuff. We don't have any of those. Hello, buddy. You alright? Yeah, I'll take you out in a minute. Right, so APU, yeah, that's available. Brake pressure is good. Bravo. Let's go on the next one, I think. Yeah, next one will be fine. 5 Alpha. Taxi light is off. Very straight. Sort that out. And next to a fuel trap as well. Fuel up and go back home. I'm not doing that. So I got a stop line. That's handy. Ah, he stopped. Come on. Done. Good. Lovely. Right, there we go. So parking brakes on. We've had the 3 minutes. Yeah, easily. One's off. Two's off. Pressure's holding. Got the APU. Seatbelts are off. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Check the RS's. Yeah, it drifted a little bit by the looks of it. So yeah, I'd probably do a quick realign with that sort of drift. 6.6. Yeah, it's almost going out of limits. 441 block. That's not too bad. That's all. That's all. I'm gonna shut everything down. Not going anywhere else. And M1's blue 10, so we can turn the beacon off as well. Good. There we go, guys. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining me on that one. That was quite a long one actually today. Thanks for Ryan for joining me, Elk. Oh, come on, you daft thing. So yeah, something nice to do something a little bit longer. Not there is really much to think about than what we normally think about, but it's certainly good to give it a go. Hopefully the dog survives. I'm sure it has. Got the magazines here in one place as well. There we go. There's Ryan. Well done. And I think that's about it. So yeah, thanks very much for joining me. Thanks very much for subscribing if you've done that today. Put a like. Any questions, put a comment in the comment sections. I know I do talk a lot of bollocks, so yeah, if there's anything that you've misunderstood that I've not said very clearly, then just let me know and I'll try and answer it when I can. So thanks very much, guys. Have a very good weekend. That's going to be it for me now for a week. I should be back hopefully next week, Thursday, Friday I should be back. Depends on what I'm doing. And yeah, have a very good afternoon. Enjoy the weather wherever you are. And yeah, the immortal words of Scott Manley, fly safe. See you later.